Chapter 550. Crete. The door of the study opened. A gust of wind blew past, and a huge divine bird that looked like a ball of flame appeared in front of the study. It was little Ching. You. Ting Ching Shan opened its mouth and let out a chirp. Learning the language of beasts required talent. However, Emptiness Realm experts had extremely fine control over their voices. Although Tang Qingshan's mind was focused on his spear art and his comprehension of Tao, he still learned some simple language of beasts from Li Jun, although he was still unable to converse normally with demonic beasts. However, it wasn't a problem to greet them and say a few simple words like kill and go. The undying phoenix, Little Blue's eyes were filled with joy, and it also let out a cheerful cry. Tang Qingshan and his wife, as well as the undying phoenix, Little Blue, stayed in the courtyard. Little June, asked Little Qing, have you found out where Linlin is now? Tang Qingshan asked. Okay. Li Jun hastily emitted several chirps towards the undying phoenix, Little Blue. Little Blue quickly began to chirp as well. Qingshan. A smile appeared on Li Jun's face as she looked at Tang Qingshan and said, Little Blue has already asked its subordinates and found out that Linlin is spending the night with Xiao Xiao in Lianan city of Yuzhou. He ran all the way to Yuzhou. How bold of him. Tang Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the past 16 years, the undying phoenix, Little Blue, had spent most of her time in the desolate land. She would also frequently come to the Great Yin Mountain. After all, to an Emptiness Realm demonic beast that loved to fly, the Great Yin Mountain was too small. Furthermore, as the noble undying phoenix, Little Qing had gained quite a few subordinates in the vast wildlands. There were several groups of flying demonic beasts. Linlin is obedient in front of you, but she was born bold. It's not like you don't know. Li Jun glanced at Tang Qingshan in annoyance. Isn't it because you, her father, spoiled her too much when she was young? Tang Qingshan smiled helplessly. Then he looked outside and shouted, Men! Immediately, a maid rushed over. She peeked at Tang Qingshan and bowed. Sovereign, go and invite Elder Lu of the preaching sect, Tang Qingshan instructed. Yes. The maid left respectfully and went to invite Elder of Xingyi's sect. It's already late at night, and you're asking Elder Zong to come? If Elder of Zong Lu? Tang Qingshan smiled and shook his head. Elder Zong is used to staying up late. It's impossible for him to sleep at this time. Zong Lu was a member of Tongjia village. Xing Zaf Lu of Zaf Zaf Lu of King, of Qing, Qing of actually, like of Zaf Zaf of Qing, thereof, of Qing of. For example, Tang Qingshan's mother, Yuan Lan, was adopted by the old patriarch, Teng Yunlong. Zong Lu was now more than 50 years old. In the past, Yu Zonglu had watched Tang Qingshan grow up. Tang Qingshan trusted Yu Zonglu very much. After all, although they were surnamed Zhong, there was not much difference between them and the clansmen of Tongjia village. Thump, thump, thump. Light footsteps could be heard from outside. Then, a green-robed figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. It was Zong Lu. Although Zong Lu was over 50 years old, he didn't have a single strand of white hair on his head. In addition, he had also drunk some scarlet fruit wine, so his body was in excellent condition. Uncle Zong, come in. Tang Qingshan smiled and shouted. Sect leader. Zong Lu walked in with a thick stack of files and smiled. This afternoon, I heard Sect Master's laughter. Sect Master must have gained a lot from this seclusion. This subordinate congratulates you. Tang Qingshan could only smile helplessly. In Tongjia village, he was used to calling him Uncle Zong since he was young. But now, Zong Lu insisted that rules couldn't be abolished. He always called himself a subordinate in front of Tang Qingshan. Sect leader, these are the intelligence reports from various places in the past 10 days. Some of them are very important. Zong Lu hastily handed them over. Oh, Tang Qingshan took the files. Qingshan Enterprise was spread all over the land of the 9 prefectures, and the internal martial arts cultivators were deeply rooted in various places. Although the Xing-Yi sect's intelligence network was separated from the Gui Yuan sect, it was still very efficient. Moreover, the intelligence network was still very efficient. Moreover, the land of the 9 prefectures was filled with turbulent undercurrents. Therefore, Tung Qingshan always read the intelligence reports personally. By the way, Uncle Zong, Tung Qingshan took the report and said, Lin Lin ran out again recently. Yes. However, Lin Lin is proficient in the art of disguise. Zong Lu shook his head and said, I can't find her in such a short time. Tung Qingshan smiled and said, I already found out that Lin Lin is spending the night in Lianan City of Yuzhou. Xiao Xiao is also with her. Uncle Zong, you should be able to find her. Haha, it's easy as long as you know she is in Lianan City. Zong Lu laughed and said, Lianan City is just a small city. There are many people coming and going. It won't be difficult to find the 2 girls. Whether it was Hong Lin, Tung Qingshan's daughter, or Xiao Xiao, they all knew something special about the 2 girls. From the intelligence network, they knew something special about the 2 girls. For example, Tung Honglin was followed by a small white bird. As long as the white bird was spotted, it would immediately attack. If the little white bird was found, Tung Honglin would definitely be within several zhang. This was one of the most obvious characteristics. However, the bird was small, and it was very difficult to find it if it was hidden. However, there was another way. The maid, Xiao Xiao, was wearing a very ordinary ring. Of course, it only looked ordinary. This was one of the ways to find the 2 girls. Yes, tell me immediately when you find them, Tung Qingshan said. Uncle Zong, go and rest. I will take my leave. Zong Lu left with a smile. Tung Qingshan, on the other hand, carried the thick stack of information and walked towards the study. Meanwhile, Li Jun chatted with the undying phoenix, Little Blue, in the courtyard. For a time, the melodious chirping of the undying phoenix could be heard. In the study, after Tung Qingshan sat down, he flipped through the intelligence reports and read them carefully. This was especially so when it involved the movements of the other major sections. He had to think about it carefully. Behind the intelligence reports, there were some deductions made by the intelligence personnel of the Xingyi sect. Tung Qingshan's face revealed a hint of joy. Qingshan, what did you see? Why are you so happy? Li Jun walked over with a smile. Haha, our Xingyi sect has one more innate expert. How can I not be happy? Tung Qingshan held the introduction of the intelligence report and couldn't help but laugh. Internal martial arts was different from Taoist and Buddhist sections. To reach the Grandmaster realm, the requirement of the spirit was not high. However, the requirement of the understanding of fist art was extremely high. In his previous life, Tung Qingshan also reached the Grandmaster realm of Xing-Yi martial arts at the edge of life and death. In his previous life, many people reached the Grandmaster realm of internal martial arts at the age of 20. In fact, the strongest martial artists were young and strong. Most of the martial artists reached the Grandmaster realm at a young age. After the age of 50, the chances of success would decrease. This was because after the age of 50, the muscles, bones, and internal organs of the body would degenerate, which would greatly affect the internal martial arts. On the contrary, the Taoist and Buddhist lineages focused on the soul. The older one was the stronger one's soul would be, making it easier for one to reach the Khanate realm. Of course, if one was too old, Shun Du would start to deplete, and naturally, he would not be able to reach the innate realm. 16 years. Tung Qingshan's third disciple, Xue Xian, was extremely talented. In addition, Tung Qingshan had personally taught him. In the 9th year after the establishment of the Xingyi sect, he reached the Grandmaster realm, innate. As for his second disciple, Yang Dong, he wasn't proficient in the internal martial arts and walked the path of Taoism. Although he had a high status in the Xingyi sect, he only reached the innate realm in the 15th year of the Xingyi sect's establishment. At this time, 2 of the third-generation disciples had reached the Grandmaster level. Yang Dong was indeed embarrassed. Who is it? Li Jun hastily looked over and said in surprise, Meng Lu Tong? Is he the first young man who joined the Xingyi sect after it was founded? Yes, that's him. I thought that he was born in a wealthy family and had never suffered. It is very difficult for him to achieve great success. Who would have thought that he would become the third person among the third-generation disciples to reach the innate realm? Tung Shan couldn't help but sigh. Currently, the Xingyi sect had hundreds of thousands of disciples. If the number of internal martial arts disciples in the land of the 9 prefectures and other sects were counted, there were probably more than 1 million people who cultivated the internal martial arts. In the past 16 years, most of these cultivators were in their 20s or 30s. It was the easiest time for them to make breakthroughs and achieve great achievements. Meng Lutong has perseverance. Li Jun nodded and said with a smile, with perseverance, he will naturally succeed. Yes, currently, 4 of the second-generation disciples in the Xingyi sect are innate experts. 3 of the third-generation disciples are innate experts. 2 of the fourth-generation disciples are innate experts. None of the fifth-generation disciples are innate experts. Tung Shan nodded slightly and said, there are a total of 9 innate experts. 2 of them are from the Taoist lineage. The other 7 are from the internal martial arts lineage. Tung Shan was delighted as he thought to himself, after some time, I will personally meet this Meng Lutong. I will see which fist art is the most suitable for him to cultivate. Once an internal martial art cultivator reached the Grandmaster realm, he would be qualified to be personally taught by Tung Shan. Tung Shan picked up another piece of information. When he read it, he couldn't help but frown, and his facial expression became unsightly. This, Li Jun also read it, and her facial expression became unsightly. How can Emperor Yu's Hall be so shameless? Humph. Currently, the other 7 sects in the land of the 9 prefectures are the most shameless. Emperor Yu's Hall is the most shameless. Tung Shan read the information. According to the information, Emperor Yu's Hall had used all kinds of favors and benefits to attract some internal martial arts cultivators who had succeeded in learning the tiger form fist art in Yuzhou. They had even stopped many talented and famous internal martial arts cultivators who wanted to go to the Xingyi sect in the Great Yin Mountain. If the soft approach didn't work, they would use the hard approach. He wants to recruit all the internal martial arts cultivators in Yuzhou. Tung Shan snorted coldly. Ever since the Supreme Sects discovered the power of the internal martial arts, Li Jun said with a frown. The various sects started to attract the local cultivators of the internal martial art with various benefits. Those youths didn't want to leave their hometowns. They wanted to be helpful to their hometowns. In the sect, many of them joined them. Emperor Yu's Hall, the Heavenly God Palace, the Snowhawk Hall, and the Ying family all did the same. Tung Shan had no choice but to acquiesce. However, the internal martial arts cultivators who joined Emperor Yu's Hall, the Heavenly God Palace, and the Snowhawk Hall could only cultivate the Taoist sect. Their achievements were limited. Originally, they used benefits and favors to attract them. It depended on the willingness of the internal martial arts cultivators. That's not all. I didn't expect that Emperor Yu's Hall would resort to force when the soft approach failed, to stop those youths who wanted to learn more profound internal martial arts. Tung Shan couldn't help but clench his teeth. Yu Tonghai died in the hands of the Undying Phoenix. As a result, the relationship between Emperor Yu's Hall and the Xingyi sect had always been tense. Shan, look at this. Li Jun flipped open another piece of information and hastily said in surprise, the situation is not good. Here's the first chapter. I originally had 3 chapters today, but I still owe 2 chapters yesterday. Work hard. Chapter 551. What's wrong? Tung Shan was also shocked by Li Jun's expression. According to the intelligence, some troop movements in Siam Province and Yuzhou Province were described in the intelligence. What does the Heavenly God Palace want to do? Tung Shan said angrily. It seems that it wants to gather the army in Yuzhou. Tung Shan was the instigator of the chaos in the land of the 9 prefectures. He had been paying close attention to every move of the Heavenly God Palace for the past 16 years. Because of the existence of Tung Shan, the Heavenly God Palace couldn't go south to attack Yangzhou. Therefore, the heavenly god palace was quiet for 16 years, which was very rare. 16 years was enough for a baby to grow into a young man. This heavenly deity palace is going to make a big move, Tung Qingshan said worriedly. Yes, very likely. Li Ju nodded. When I was at the Snowy Lotus cult, I already knew that the palace master seemed to have some grand plan. Attacking Yangzhou at that time was only one step of the plan. After 16 years of recuperation, the heavenly god palace's control over Qingzhou, Yuzhou, and the Great Pasture will definitely be much stronger. The Qing province has the largest population, while the Yu province is a bitterly cold place with tough people. Not to mention the Great Prairie. If the armies of the three lands are gathered together, they will definitely be the most valiant army in the land of the 9 prefectures, Li Jun said worriedly. However, I don't know how ambitious the heavenly god palace is. If it's just 1 or 2 places, it's fine. Tung Qingshan shook his head. What I fear the most is that he wants to learn from the Northeast King and use the Northeast as his base to conquer the entire 9 prefectures. If the Xingyi sect wanted to unify the world, the Xingyi sect would become the enemy of the heavenly god palace. After all, in terms of manpower, there isn't a single sect in the world. Tung Qingshan was very worried. The prairie outside Qingzhou and Yuzhou had a population of nearly 1 billion. Every citizen of the prairie was a soldier. From these 3 places, the heavenly god palace could gather an invincible army of nearly 10 million people. Moreover, according to what Little Blue's mother said before she left, the expert who obtained the grass of immortality from her is in the Azure province. I'm afraid it is Pei San. Tung Qingshan was very sure that only insightful Emptiness Realm experts could contend against Little Blue's mother. When Pei San fought against Qin Shiqi, the other insightful Emptiness Realm cultivator, he seemed to have casually used the techniques of the Buddhist sect, the Tantric sect, and the Tao of wild beasts. In the land of the 9 prefectures, the person he feared the most was undoubtedly Pei San, who he could not see through. Back then, the 6-eared earth-drilling mouse was able to severely injure an Emptiness Realm demonic beast with a hidden weapon. He has an invincible army and his own strength. Tung Qingshan could not help but feel a wave of pressure. However, the territory of the Xingyi sect is small. His greatest enemies are the ancient Emperor Yu's Hall, the Ying family, and the Mani Temple. The mobilization of the heavenly god palace's army had actually made all the sects in the land of the 9 prefectures nervous. Compared to the Xingyi sect, which only had a territory of 5 counties, the heavenly god palace, which controlled nearly 1 billion citizens, was the most frightening force to the various sections. 2 days later. In the Great Yin Mountain, the sounds of people practicing fist arts could be heard from afar. It was the sound of hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Xingyi sect practicing their fist arts together. Tung Qingshan was also in the courtyard. He was practicing his fist arts casually. Sometimes he would use the collapsing fist art, and sometimes he would use the water element fist art that was like a python. He was practicing all kinds of fist arts at will. Everything was done according to his will. For a moment, the maid, who was holding a cup of tea in the distance, felt that Tung Qingshan was like an erupting volcano or a surging flood. The maid was so frightened that she turned her head away and did not dare to look at him. Tung Qingshan's fist arts could already affect one's spirit. Elder, the sovereign is practicing his fist arts, the maid said softly. At this moment, Zhong Lu stood beside the maid and waited quietly. Phew! Tung Qingshan let out a long breath and stood still. Uncle Zhong. Tung Qingshan turned his head and walked over with a smile. He took the cup of tea from the maid and drank 2 mouthfuls before putting it down. You came here so early in the morning. Is there something important? Have you found Lin Lin? Sovereign is the best. Zhong Lu nodded and said, I have found young mistress. She is now joining a large caravan in Yuzhou. Oh, a caravan. Tung Qingshan nodded. I have already arranged for someone to enter the caravan and report young mistress's whereabouts at all times, Zhong Lu said. At the same time, He handed Tung Qingshan a report. This is the details. Tung Qingshan took the report and flipped through it. Then he looked up at the sky. The autumn morning sun was very comfortable. The weather is good now. I plan to go out with little June to relax. When the time comes, I will bring Lin Lin back with me. Since the sovereign is going personally, nothing will go wrong. I can rest assured, Zhong Lu said with a smile. In the morning, Tung Qingshan went to look for Li Jun, who was touring the Great Yin Mountain with the undying phoenix, Little Blue. Going out for a walk? Li Jun's eyes brightened. Yes, I haven't gone out with you this year. Tung Qingshan smiled and nodded. Let's go with Little Blue to Yuzhou and join the caravan. Let's see what our daughter is playing. It could be considered a relaxing trip. After playing for a few days, we will bring Lin Lin back. Although Tung Qingshan spent most of his energy on cultivation, he would accompany his wife to some famous mountains and great rivers in the land of the 9 prefectures every year. Okay, there's no time to lose. Let's go immediately. Li Jun was very excited. Don't rush. Let's change our appearance. Don't let our daughter recognize you. Tung Qingshan smiled and touched his face. His appearance immediately changed. That day, Tung Qingshan changed his appearance while Li Jun wore a human skin mask. The husband and wife rode on the undying phoenix, Little Blue. After informing the substitute sect leader, Yang Dong, they left the Great Yin Mountain and flew towards Yu Province. August 16th, noon, on an official road in Yuzhou. It was autumn, and the air was cool. It was the perfect time to go out. A majestic caravan of more than 1,000 people was slowly advancing on the official road. This caravan was made up of several small caravans. There were also some independent merchants and lone travelers. Of course, almost 30% of the people in this caravan were guards. Go! Among the caravan, there were 3 riders riding side by side. They were a couple and a middle-aged man wearing a gray cloak who was full of smiles. Sovereign, the young lady is in front of us, the middle-aged man said in a low voice. Oh, Tung Qingshan nodded. Actually, he had already frozen the space around him, so his voice couldn't be heard. Did Lin Lin do anything special along the way? Tung Qingshan asked. Sovereign, I have a piece of news to tell you. The middle-aged man wearing a gray cloak hastily said, at noon yesterday, more than 10 people joined the caravan. One of them is a young man who is somewhat famous in Yuzhou. His name is Wei Jiang. The young lady seems to have a good impression of Wei Jiang. They have been walking together. Wei Jiang? Li Jun, who was at the side, was shocked. Tung Qingshan frowned slightly. As a parent, he would feel nervous when he saw his daughter getting close to another young man. Do you know where Wei Jiang came from? Tung Qingshan asked. Sovereign. The middle-aged man wearing a gray cloak revealed a smile and said, Wei Jiang is from Yuzhou. When he was young, a small village called Weijia Village in his hometown was plundered by bandits. The entire village suffered many casualties and was torn apart. From then on, Wei Jiang became an orphan. However, he learned the tiger form fist art by chance. Moreover, Wei Jiang's talent should be extremely high. Not long ago, he single-handedly swept away the 3 big mountain strongholds. The 3 strongholds collapsed, and the 3 stronghold masters were all killed. He took revenge for his hometown, Weijia Village, and for some of his relatives. 3 big mountain strongholds. Tung Qingshan was shocked. A self-taught, internal martial art cultivator could reach this level? Yes, the 3 big mountain strongholds. According to the rumors, Wei Jiang didn't know which mountain stronghold destroyed his hometown. Therefore, he swept away all 3 strongholds. The middle-aged man wearing a gray cloak said with a smile, Sovereign, that was a sneak attack at night. It wasn't honorable. However, it's true that Wei Jiang has the strength of a first-rated warrior. Haha, only the branch of internal martial art can defeat 3 strongholds by himself. The Taoist branch and the Buddhist sect will be captured once their inner strength is depleted. This was one of the advantages of internal martial art. With physical strength, one could persevere for a long time. Lin Lin is a little martial arts fanatic. Tung Qingshan looked at the distance and vaguely saw a graceful figure. I know that Wei Jiang relied on the tiger form fist art to reach this level. Naturally, I'm curious. Therefore, it's not strange to get close to him temporarily. Qing Shan, don't be careless. Li Jun immediately glared at her. Linlin was 17 years old, and many people had come to matchmake her. After all, many people dreamed of becoming the son-in-law of the Grandmaster, Tung Qingshan. However, Tung Qingshan and Li Jun both believed that their daughter had to agree. At the same time, both of them had to acknowledge the marriage. Wei Jiang. Tung Qingshan sensed the young man beside his daughter and said with a smile, "This kid's spirit is quite strong. It seems like he has achieved a high level in the tiger form fist art." "Huh, little June, you don't say. If my daughter gets along well with Wei Jiang, and Wei Jiang is a good person, we could be a couple. They really could make a pair." Li Jun looked at him helplessly. In the caravan, Tung Qingshan and Li Jun listened to the surrounding merchants talking about interesting things and looked at the surrounding scenery. From time to time, they would pay attention to their daughter and the young man named Wei Jiang. They were living a carefree life. The next morning, the caravan had just assembled outside the city and set off for Fuli. Tung Qingshan frowned. What's going on?" Li Jun looked behind her in surprise. "It's the people of Emperor Yu's hall. Why are they out?" The middle-aged man in the gray cloak was puzzled, but he wasn't worried at all. After all, the person next to him was the martial ancestor of the Xing Yi sect. In a land of the 9 prefectures, the martial ancestor of the Xing Yi sect could shake the entire land of the 9 prefectures with just a word. A mighty cavalry troop actually dashed out of the original city. This was the army of Emperor Yu's hall. In front of the army, the caravan naturally moved to the side of the official road and let the cavalry pass first. "Everyone make way. Quickly move to the side." The people of the caravan immediately shouted. Clop, clop, clop. The war horses galloped, and a large number of cavalrymen dashed to the front of the caravan. Nay, the cavalrymen actually stopped. The cavalrymen had blocked the caravan. End of the 2nd chapter. Continue writing the 3rd chapter. Chapter 552. This troop of cavalrymen was vast and mighty. There were at least 1,000 of them. For a moment, they completely blocked the caravan, preventing it from moving forward. "My lords," one of the organizers of the caravan, an old man with white hair, cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I am the 9-horse trading company, old man." Suddenly, a voice of dissatisfaction rang out. The leader of this troop of cavalrymen was a young man wearing a black fish scale armor. He sat on a tall horse and looked down at the old man. He said with dissatisfaction, "Don't be so long-winded. I am here to capture people. I am here to capture people. Your 9-horse trading company should just obediently listen to my orders. Otherwise, this general doesn't mind throwing you into prison as well." These words frightened the old man so much that he shook his head and retreated. The entire caravan immediately quieted down and looked at this troop of cavalrymen carefully. "Who is Wei Jiang? Come out." A loud shout echoed through the entire caravan. Tung Qingshan, who was at the back of the caravan, furrowed his brows. Although he didn't know much about Wei Jiang was a genius in the cultivation of internal martial arts. Of course, in order for a genius to become a true expert, he still needed to polish himself. Secondly, his daughter seemed to be quite close to Wei Jiang. Tung Qingshan had a good impression of Wei Jiang. "Who is Wei Jiang?" Another loud shout sounded. "General, he is here." A soldier immediately pointed out. A tall young man, carrying an iron spear, walked out from the front of the caravan and beside 2 young girls. He said in a deep voice, "Why are you looking for me?" Wei Jiang was tall. He was almost 8 feet tall and had a pair of tiger-like eyes that were like the eyes of the thunder god. As he stood there, he naturally emitted a domineering aura. He also looked like a ferocious tiger. However, his face was rather delicate and pretty, and it was obvious that he was young. You are Wei Jiang?" The young general who was sitting on the high horse looked at Wei Jiang carefully and sneered, "Looking at you, you seem to be quite capable. However, No matter how capable you are, you can't break the rules with your martial arts. Men, capture him. Yes. Immediately, 10 soldiers surrounded him. Who dares to capture me? Wei Zhong's eyes widened in anger, and the black iron spear that was 3 meters long suddenly appeared in his hand. This black iron spear, coupled with Wei Zhong's aura, was clearly very intimidating. Although the 10 soldiers surrounded him, they didn't dare to get close. Get lost. The long spear in Wei Zhong's hand suddenly swept horizontally. With a whooshing sound, a strong gust of wind appeared on the ground, causing the 10 soldiers to retreat in fear. Tung Shan, who was watching from afar, revealed a smile. His strength is not small. That black iron spear must weigh a few dozen kilograms. To be able to wield it so easily with one arm, your arm strength is amazing. Tung Shan looked at him as if he was looking at his disciple. General, you said that I broke a prohibition with my martial arts. May I know what prohibition I broke? Wei Zhong's voice was sonorous and powerful as he stared at the young general in the distance. Not long ago, a family of 13 people died a horrible death in Lianan City. According to our investigation, all of their corpses were pierced by spears. Moreover, there were people who witnessed it with their own eyes. It was you. You, Wei Jiang, committed the crime. The young general's face was filled with anger as he shouted, "A family of 13 people killed people in the city. Even if they escaped to the ends of the earth, it would be useless. You have such a vicious heart. How can I not capture you?" "No, I didn't kill them," Wei Jiang roared. "Don't try to quibble." The young general sneered. "You think that my soldiers don't dare to capture you? Fine, this general will see how much you have to offer." A clang sound was heard. The young general held a dark green, heavy sword in his hand. He swooped down from his warhorse like an eagle. He turned 3 times in the air and flew for more than 100 meters before landing. He landed less than 3 meters away from Wei Jiang. Wei Jiang's expression changed on the spot when he saw this Qinggong. This young general is quite strong, Tung Shan, who was in the caravan, said to himself. He can fly more than 100 meters and is wearing heavy armor. He is definitely a first-rated warrior. To be able to become a general of the city guards at such a young age, he is not an ordinary person. I alone am enough to capture you, the young general sneered. The heavy sword in his hand suddenly turned into a blurry fan shape. Streaks of afterimages flew towards Wei Jiang. Humph! Wei Jiang humphed angrily. His feet were like the roots of an old tree that were deeply rooted in the ground. The black iron spear in his hand was like a roaring tiger as it dashed forward. Boom! Using force to break technique, the iron spear directly shattered the young general's sword afterimages. However, the young general's body movements were strange. With a flash of his body, he immediately launched a terrifying sword strike that was as fast as lightning. Tung Shan and Li Jun, who were in the caravan, laughed as they discussed. This Wei Zhong's strength is quite good. Moreover, this spear art seems to have the concept of cannon fist. Tung Shan smiled and nodded. Moreover, his entire body is moving and dodging. It seems like there is a tiger in his heart. He had completely cultivated the tiger form into his bones and into his heart. Unfortunately, his spear art is a bit crude. Li Jun nodded as well. That young general was obviously taught by a famous teacher. This sword art is the Earth-class secret codex of Emperor Yu's Hall, the Purple Thunder Sword Codex. If Wei Jiang fought empty-handed, he would definitely win. Tung Shan sighed inwardly. This was the disadvantage of many internal martial arts cultivators who had only cultivated the tiger form fist art. Shan, if you can give him pointers for half a day. With Wei Jiang's foundation, his strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. He will be able to defeat the people of Emperor Yu's Hall. Li Jun's eyes were sharp. She could see that Wei Jiang was an unpolished jade. Wei Jiang's attainments in the tiger form fist art were extremely high. However, he couldn't completely transfer it to the spear art. However, Li Jun said with a slight frown, Wei Jiang killed a family of 13, madam. The middle-aged man dressed in a gray cloak said respectfully, The sovereign and madam rarely come out, so they don't know much about this. Actually, Emperor Yuzhal has been using all kinds of methods to stop the internal martial arts cultivators who want to join the Xingyi sect. They have been using all kinds of methods to frame people. Today, Emperor Yuzhal obviously wants to take Wei Jiang away. Shameless. Li Jun's expression changed. Humph. Tung Qingshan's face darkened as well. Although it was mentioned in the intelligence report, he couldn't connect it with his own eyes. As expected, Emperor Yuzhal didn't hesitate to use any means to take away the internal martial art cultivators, especially those who were extremely talented. Someone like Wei Jiang, after my guidance and training, he will definitely be able to grow stronger. It would definitely not be a problem to reach the first level of the Earth ranking. Tung Qingshan was infuriated. Perhaps, after a few years, he might step into the Grandmaster realm. There are very few people like Wei Jiang. In the Xingyi sect, it was very difficult to find someone who had practiced the tiger form fist art to such a high level, not to mention the self-taught cultivators. If Tung Qingshan wasn't such a genius, Emperor Yuzhal wouldn't have sent an army to capture him. Pum! The ground trembled. In the distance, Wei Jiang retreated 9 steps in succession, leaving deep footprints on the ground with each step, and even causing the ground to crack. Clang! The spear that was sent flying fell to the side. Take him away. The young general laughed coldly as he gave the order. He snickered inwardly. I thought I could wipe out the 3 strongholds with a single spear strike. How strong was he? The sector arranged for my teacher to come with me, just in case. However, he is just a self-taught cultivator. That's all. The scene of a young general defeating Wei Jiang made the only bald elder in the troop of cavalrymen, who wasn't wearing armor, smile as he stroked his beard and nodded. Tung Qingshan, who was in the caravan, frowned and prepared to take Wei Jiang away. Suddenly, so that's how it is. You guys are so shameless. A clear and melodious shout rang out. Tung Qingshan scratched his head and exchanged a glance with Li Jun, who was beside him, and smiled helplessly. The green-clothed young lady nimbly punched and kicked, sending the soldier who was about to capture Wei Jiang flying. Then, the green-clothed young lady kicked and easily picked up the huge spear that weighed over 10 jin. She casually swung the spear with her right hand and nodded slightly. Not bad. She placed the spear horizontally in front of her and looked disdainfully at the young general. She snickered and said, "Before this, I really thought that big brother Wei Jiang killed someone. I didn't expect that. Emperor Yuzhal is actually so shameless. How dare you?" The young general's face darkened. How dare you? The green-clothed young lady, Hong Lin, suddenly shouted, "So, it turns out that Emperor Yuzhal has done this many times. Why didn't you join the internal martial art cultivators of Emperor Yuzhal? Did you become a murderer or a rapist? Emperor Yuzhal is really good at making up stories. I'm here today. Don't even think about taking big brother Wei Jiang away." Xiaohong, Wei Jiang hastily said, his face turning pale with fright. "Big brother Wei Jiang, just watch from the side." Hong Lin held the long spear in her hand, looking valiant and formidable. The young general's expression became even more unsightly. He sneered and said, "You crazy woman. It seems that you are in cahoots with Wei Jiang. Then, get ready to go to prison together." With this, he rapidly dashed toward Hong Lin. Every step he took seemed to be of different sizes, forming a strange rhythm. In the blink of an eye, the heavy sword had already arrived in front of Hong Lin. It was obvious that the young general did not underestimate Hong Lin. He used his trump card. Humph. Hong Lin humphed and stood firmly. She held the spear in one hand and stabbed with the other. Phew, phew, phew. The pursuing shadow spear art of the Xing E5 elemental spear art was being used with great proficiency. For a moment, a whirlpool-like spear shadow engulfed the young general. The young general's expression changed drastically. In the distance, the bald old man's expression also changed. Clang, clang, clang. Oh no! The young general barely blocked 3 spear strikes. In the end, he held the heavy sword horizontally and tried his best to block the 4th spear strike. Bang! His entire body was sent flying and crashed into the group of soldiers in the distance. Wow, this girl is so powerful. The group of merchants exclaimed in surprise. No one expected that a girl could be so powerful. In the group of merchants, Tung Qingshan smiled and said, "Among the 5 elemental fists, Honglin is most proficient in the bursting fist. This spear art is also most proficient in the pursuing shadow spear art. It already has the strength of the earthly ranking. In terms of attainments, Honglin was naturally not as good as Tung Qingshan in the past. However, the pursuing shadow spear art that Honglin learned was modified by Tung Qingshan many times. It was much more exquisite and powerful than the pursuing shadow spear art that Tung Qingshan created when he was 10 years old in Tungjia village. Which family are you from? Why don't you know the rules? You have no manners. How dare you block the army? A figure suddenly dashed out from the crowd of soldiers in the distance. Let me teach you the rules. Tung Qingshan and Li Jun's expressions turned ugly. How could their child be called unruly and uneducated? Wasn't he just an innate expert? How could he be so arrogant? Phew, phew. Tung Qingshan and Li Jun moved almost at the same time. However, Tung Qingshan's speed was even more astonishing. He appeared in front of the group of merchants as if he had teleported. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that my daughter has no manners? A deep voice suddenly sounded. At the same time, this voice was like an invisible shock wave that directly hit the blurry figure. The blurry figure flew back at an even faster speed. Chapter 3 is up. Chapter 4 is up. Chapter 553. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that my daughter has no manners? The angry roar resounded in their ears. The soldiers in the troop of cavalrymen widened their eyes as they stared at the scene in disbelief. The figure that had been flying out flew back at an even faster speed. Rumble, the figure directly collided with the warhorse he was originally riding. Nay, the warhorse neighed as it was knocked off the ground, and then fiercely collided with the surrounding cavalry. For a time, over 10 cavalrymen were implicated, and their horses were thrown off their feet. As for the bald old man, he spat out a mouthful of dark red blood and fell to the ground, his body covered in mud. Who? Who is it? The bald elder was terrified. He didn't even see his opponent, but he felt a formless force hitting his body. If he didn't put up a barrier of innate true origin, he would have been killed on the spot. Teacher, how is this possible? The young general was dumbfounded. The reason why he asked his teacher to come was because he was worried that Wei Jiang, who had defeated the 3 strongholds with a single spear strike, would be too powerful. Therefore, he asked his teacher, who was already an emptiness Dan innate expert, to come. After all, Wei Jiang had learned the tiger form fist art by himself and reached such a level. This meant that most of the meridians in his body had been opened. Once one cultivated an inner strength secret technique, he would be able to cultivate an ordinary secret technique to the extreme. It wouldn't be difficult for him to have an explosive force of tens of thousands of Jin. Therefore, he asked an innate expert to come and capture Wei Jiang. The young general stared at the white-cloaked figure that stood like a spear. Who is he? I lost without even seeing him. Even a Golden Dan innate expert can't do this. Could it be? The heavily injured bald elder, Hu Zhong, stared at the white-cloaked man nearby. It's an emptiness realm expert. Hu Zhong, who had roamed the Jianghu for his entire life, had never met an emptiness realm expert. He was used to running amok. Teacher, the young general immediately rushed over and helped the bald elder up. On the official road, the caravan and the troop of cavalrymen were discussing in low voices. Tung Qingshan didn't even bother to look at the bald elder. He turned to look at his daughter, Honglin, and shouted, "Come here, father." Honglin stuck out her tongue and immediately ran over obediently. Although Tung Qingshan didn't show his real face, Honglin had been following her father since she was young. She could even recognize Tung Qingshan's back. Moreover, Tung Qingshan's body and voice weren't fake. The maid Xiao also ran over. She didn't dare to look at Tung Qingshan and just followed Hong Lin. Thank you for your help, Xiao Hong. Wei Jiang cupped his hands and bowed to Hong Lin. Then, he bowed to Tung Qingshan and said, Wei Jiang greets Senior. Tung Qingshan glanced at him and nodded slightly. Then, he smiled and looked at his daughter. Xiao Hong. Hee. Hong Lin blinked. Xiao Hong was obviously a fake name that Hong Lin made up. How naughty. Li Jun suddenly appeared beside Hong Lin and patted her shoulder. Hong Lin was startled. She turned her head and was slightly confused. She obviously didn't know Li Jun, who was wearing a mask. However, when she saw the necklace on Li Jun's neck, she understood. Mother, Hong Lin called out obediently. Senior. An aged voice rang out. Tung Qingshan turned his head and saw the bald elder standing beside the young general. The bald elder cupped his hands and said, Senior, the young man next to you, Wei Jiang, is a criminal that Emperor Yu's hall wants to capture. He slaughtered a family of 13 people in Lianan City. Senior, please allow Emperor Yu's hall to arrest him. What's your name? Tung Qingshan asked indifferently. The bald elder was stunned. Then, he said respectfully, Junior is Hu Zhong. Hu Zhong, Hu Zhong. Tung Qingshan smiled and glanced at him. Just now, I heard you say something about being uneducated and unruly. The bald elder seemed very embarrassed. The young general beside him didn't dare to speak. He knew very well that even his teacher, an innate expert, was sent flying before he could even see clearly. How could he afford to offend a figure who had to respectfully address him as senior? Senior, I didn't know the rules. The bald elder hastily apologized. A low snort startled the bald old man. Li Jun, who was at the side, sneered and said, Old man Hu Zhong, you can't talk to my daughter like that. Unruly and uneducated? TSK, TSK. This is my fault. Hu Zhong cupped his hands again and pointed at Wei Jiang. However, Wei Jiang is a criminal who killed a family of 13 people. Emperor Yu's hall ordered me to lead an army to capture him. Senior, please hand this criminal over to Emperor Yu's hall. Such a crazy person deserves to die. The young general beside Hu Zhong cupped his hands and said, Senior, this is an order from Emperor Yu's hall. My teacher is to bring the criminal over. I'm sure you understand how important this is to Emperor Yu's hall. Hu Zhong and his disciple were obviously using Emperor Yu's hall to pressure others. The name of Emperor Yu's hall was very useful in the land of the 9 prefectures. Even emptiness realm experts wouldn't provoke the oldest sect if it wasn't necessary. Who is this person? Even the generals of Emperor Yu's hall are so respectful. That Hu Zhong is a famous person in the land of the 9 prefectures. It's said that he is already an innate expert. He actually called the white-cloaked man senior. Could he be a Golden Dan innate expert? A super expert ranked in the heavenly ranking? Many people in the caravan and the cavalrymen were thinking. However, no one could recognize him. Murder? A family of 13 people? And he killed people in the city? Tung Qingshan nodded slightly and said, He did offend Emperor Yu's hall. You guys are right to arrest him. At the side, Wei Jiang couldn't help but stare at Hu Zhong and yell, You people of Emperor Yu's hall are too shameless. I just didn't agree to join Emperor Yu's hall. I didn't expect that I would join this caravan halfway through my journey through the mountains. You guys still found me so quickly. I didn't even enter Lianan City. How could I kill people? Still trying to quibble. The young general sneered. Witnesses and material evidence are here. It's useless no matter what you say. The bald elder cupped his hands and bowed to Tung Qingshan. I believe Senior can see through such a treacherous person. Tung Qingshan glanced at him with a smile and said, Yes, I can see through such a treacherous person. The bald old man smiled. You are a treacherous person. Tung Qingshan continued smiling. The bald elder's expression froze. Senior, Emperor Yu's hall. The bald elder wanted to use Emperor Yu's hall to threaten Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan's face finally darkened. He yelled, Hu Zhong, listen to me. Go back and tell the supreme elders of Emperor Yu's hall, Lu Xia and Huang Tianqin. It's fine if you use small favors to snatch the branch of internal martial art. However, the branch of internal martial art doesn't want to join Emperor Yu's hall. Don't frame us. Don't use such despicable methods to capture us. If word of this gets out, it will be a disgrace. Not only will it disgrace Emperor Yu's hall, but it will also disgrace your founding ancestor, Emperor Yu. The bald elder's face instantly turned purple. You? The bald elder was completely dumbfounded. Humph. Tell Lu Xia and Huang Tianqin exactly what I said, Tung Qingshan said coldly. You, who exactly are you? Are you a branch of internal martial art? Who are you? The bald elder couldn't help but ask. Everyone in the caravan and the cavalrymen were confused as well. Only then did Tung Qingshan remember the problem of his appearance. He touched his face slightly, and, as if he had changed his face, Tung Qingshan's appearance was restored. You are Tung. The bald elder was shocked. It's Tung Qingshan. The young military officer couldn't help but exclaim. Tung Qingshan created a third branch of internal martial art, which was different from the two branches of Taoist sect and Buddhist sect. In addition, he was the youngest emptiness realm expert since the creation of the world at the age of 21. All of this caused the news about Tung Qingshan to spread wildly throughout the land of the 9 prefectures. Tung Qingshan's portrait had already spread far and wide. In many mountain villages, Tung Qingshan's portrait was pasted up. Then, all the youths who practiced the tiger form fist art in the village went to worship the founding ancestor. Tung Qingshan, the founding ancestor of the Xing Yi sect. Tung Qingshan, the founding ancestor of the internal martial art. Tung Qingshan. The caravan and the soldiers of Emperor Yu's hall were all excited. Oh my God! Tung Qingshan had countless admirers in the land of the 9 prefectures. After all, the influence of the internal martial art was too great in the past 16 years. Even Emperor Yu's hall, the Heavenly God Palace, and many other sects tried to attract the cultivators of the internal martial art to join their sections. Even in Emperor Yu's hall, there were many cultivators of the internal martial art. Many youths failed to cultivate the internal martial art. Therefore, they chose to cultivate the Taoist sect or the Buddhist sect. In their hearts, they naturally worshiped Tung Qingshan, the founder of the internal martial art. Senior Tung. The bald elder was slightly frightened. Did you hear what I said? Tung Qingshan looked at him coldly and said, Tell Lu Xia and Huang Tianqin what I, Tung Qingshan, said exactly what I said. Tell them not to embarrass Emperor Yu's hall. And don't embarrass Emperor Yu. The bald elder's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Let's go. Tung Qingshan turned his head and said to Li Jun and his daughter, Hong Lin. When he saw Wei Jiang, he smiled and said, Wei Jiang, if you are willing to join the Xing Yi sect, then come with me. Junior is willing, Wei Jiang hastily said excitedly. The father of Xiao Hong, the white cloak man in front of him, was actually the founder of the internal martial art, Tung Qingshan. Senior Tung, I also want to join the Xing Yi sect. A young man carrying a silver long spear ran out from the caravan. He looked very capable. Me too. Another young man, who was slightly younger and looked very sturdy, rushed out with a long spear in his hand. In this caravan, it was obvious that Wei Jiang was not the only one who wanted to go to Yangzhou to join the Xing Yi sect. Tung Qingshan looked at the young man and nodded with a smile. All right, let's go together. Immediately, a 5-colored radiance appeared around Tung Qingshan's body and quickly enveloped the few people around him. With a whooshing sound, the 5-colored radiance flashed, and Tung Qingshan and the others completely disappeared. Only the excited people of the caravan and the many people in the army of Emperor Yu's hall who worshipped Tung Qingshan were left. Chapter 4 is up. There is still Chapter 5. Continue to work hard. Chapter 554. Only Lord Tung dares to speak up against Emperor Yu's hall's despicable methods. Let's see what Emperor Yu's hall will do now. Many people in the caravan discussed in low voices. The caravan had seen the behavior of Emperor Yu's hall many times. They all knew that Emperor Yu's hall used framing to catch people. However, No one dared to offend Emperor Yuzhal. Today, Tung Qingshan's words were like a slap to Emperor Yuzhal's face. Would Emperor Yuzhal still have the face to do this in the future? Teacher, the young general looked at the bald elder and said, "What you said? Of course we will. Let the supreme elders decide what to do." The bald elder was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. I don't believe that Emperor Yuzhal can't defeat the Xingyi sect, which only has 16 years of history. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The Yu-Yang Grand Canal made Yangzhou and Yuzhou the two most prosperous prefectures in the land of the 9 prefectures. A cruise ship was braving the waves in the canal. Tung Qingshan and his companions were on the boat. After the caravan left, Tung Qingshan didn't return to Jiangning County. Instead, he brought a group of people to the pier of the Yu-Yang Grand Canal and bought a boat. Then, everyone boarded the boat and floated along the river, heading towards Yangzhou. The scenery is great. On the second floor of the boat, Li Jun sat on a chair and looked at the scenery on both sides of the river. She smiled and said, "I haven't. I tried drifting along the Yu-Yang Grand Canal. Let's take a good look this time." Tung Qingshan smiled. He came out this time to bring Lin home and to accompany his wife. The Yu-Yang Grand Canal started in the northwest of Yuzhou and extended southeast, passing through more than half of Yangzhou. It even passed through Jiangning County City. Tung Qingshan and his companions boarded the boat. As long as they floated along the river, they would arrive at Jiangning very quickly. "Father," Honglin seemed very excited. "Look over there. How is big brother Wei Jiang practicing his cannon fist?" Lin, don't give random pointers," said Tung Qingshan immediately. Then he smiled and looked at Wei Jiang, who was practicing his fist technique on the front deck of the cruise ship. Wei Jiang and the other 2 young men were lucky enough to follow Tung Qingshan to the Xingyi sect in the Great Yin Mountain. Naturally, they received guidance from Tung Qingshan. The other 2 also had some foundation in the tiger form fist art. Tung Qingshan let one of them practice the slashing fist of the 5-element fist art. One was practicing collapsing fist. Of course, he also taught them unique training methods. As for Wei Jiang, Tung Qingshan told him to focus on practicing the blast fist first. Because Tung Qingshan had reached emptiness culmination, he had a deep understanding of the Tao of the 5 elements. Therefore, the original Xing E5-element boxing was also modified by Tung Qingshan. He had even created quite a few unique training and fighting methods. Wei Jiang is indeed a genius at practicing the internal martial art. As Tung Qingshan watched, he couldn't help but sigh. Even in the Xingyi sect, among the 3rd-generation disciples, there are no more than 10 who can compare to him in terms of comprehension. Emperor Yuzhal. When he thought about how such a genius would have been taken away if he hadn't been there, Tung Qingshan couldn't help but feel angry. In the land of the 9 prefectures, there had been a tradition for thousands of years. If a cultivator wanted to join a sect, it was all up to the cultivator. There was no requirement. For example, Tung Qingshan could choose to join the Gui Yuan sect. He could also choose to join Qinghu Island or other sects. This was very normal in the land of the 9 prefectures. This had been the case for generations. Other sects used all kinds of benefits to attract the cultivators of the internal martial art, but that was fine. After all, the cultivators of the internal martial art joined voluntarily. Unexpectedly, Emperor Yuzhal actually used such a method to frame others. This made Tung Qingshan very angry. Emperor Yuzhal is too much, Li Jun couldn't help but say. Honglin said worriedly, "Father, mother." What father said was equivalent to slapping the face of Emperor Yuzhal. Isn't it too much? Ha! Tung Qingshan smiled as he looked at Honglin and said, Lin, you don't know much about my relationship with Emperor Yuzhal. Let me tell you today, during the battle at Heavenly Cloud Mountain, if the Undying Phoenix and the others hadn't arrived, I would have died. When the Undying Phoenix arrived, Shengong Tu and Yu Tonghai were both killed. Since then, the Xingyi sect has always had a bad relationship with the Shooting Sun God Mountain and Emperor Yuzhal. When the Xingyi sect was founded, they never came. Tung Qingshan smiled. Since there's enmity between us, we are opposing sections. They want to kill me. Why should I give them face? Oh, is that so? Hong Lin was shocked. She had heard of a story of how Tang Qingshan and Li Jun crossed the sea. However, she knew very little about the enmity between Tang Qingshan and the emptiness realm experts of a land of the 9 prefectures. This time, I said it in public. Let's see how Emperor Yu's Hall will respond. Tang Qingshan smiled faintly and said, unless they don't care about their dignity anymore. Indeed, when the bald elder, Hu Zhong, recorded Tang Qingshan's words in a letter and sent it to Emperor Yu's Hall, Emperor Yu's Hall was shocked. Then, Emperor Yu's Hall immediately sent it to the Blind Bear Mountain range outside the city and presented it to the 2 supreme elders, Lu Xia and Huang Tianqing. On the first floor of the towering sacred palace in the Blind Bear Mountain range, martial ancestor, these are the words that Tang Qingshan left behind when he took away an internal martial art cultivator in the region of Yuzhou. He even asked someone to tell the 2 martial ancestors exactly what he said. An elder of Emperor Yu's Hall stood respectfully outside the Great Hall and handed over the letter in his hand. Tang Qingshan, Lu Xia and Huang Tianqing glanced at each other and frowned slightly. Naturally, the 2 of them wanted to kill Tang Qingshan as soon as possible. However, the current Tang Qingshan was not someone they could easily offend. Let's see what it says. Lu Xia opened the letter. The 2 emptiness realm culmination experts first sneered as they read the contents of the letter. However, their faces immediately turned red and then turned ashen. Lu Xia, who was holding the letter, was so angry that his right hand trembled. The contents of the letter were, go back and tell the supreme elders of Emperor Yu's Hall, Lu Xia and Huang Tianqing. It's fine if you use small favors to steal the internal martial art cultivator. However, the internal martial art cultivator is not willing to join Emperor Yu's Hall. Don't use such despicable means to frame and capture him. If word of this gets out, it will be a disgrace. Not only will it disgrace Emperor Yu's Hall, but will also disgrace your founding ancestor, Emperor Yu. Indeed, it was exactly the same, word for word. You're going too far. Lu Xia couldn't help but roar angrily. Tang Qingshan, Huang Tianqing's face turned ashen. The 2 of them felt a surge of anger rush to the top of their heads, as if it was about to burst out. After a long time, the 2 supreme elders in the Great Hall finally calmed down. They glanced at each other and felt the bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes. Tang Qingshan's words were like a slap to their faces. This was even worse than a slap to their faces. This was because Tang Qingshan had said this in public. It would spread. The billions of people in the land of the 9 prefectures would soon know about this. They would laugh at Lu Xia and Huang Tianqing for embarrassing the founding ancestor, Emperor Yu's Hall. There's nothing we can do. Lu Xia smiled bitterly and shook his head. Now, Tang Qingshan is fully fledged. Huang Tianqing shook his head and said, even the honorable ones don't want to provoke Tang Qingshan. It's impossible for them to deal with Tang Qingshan. Moreover, Emperor Yu's Hall can't afford to be massacred by the undying phoenix. Huang Tianqing shuddered at the thought of how terrifying the undying phoenix was. Even the honorable ones didn't want to provoke it. What should we do now? Lu Xia looked at Huang Tianqing. What can we do? First, we have to detain them. The people we captured previously did have a criminal record. We have to stick to our guns and ignore everything else. Second, don't force the internal martial art cultivators. Even if we meet a genius, invite them first. If they can't be invited, kill them secretly. We can't leave any evidence, Huang Tianqing ordered. Tang Qingshan's words were spread by the caravan. From 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. In just 1 or 2 months, almost the entire land of the 9 prefectures was talking about this. For a time, Emperor Yu's Hall became a laughingstock. This also caused Emperor Yu's Hall. When the sects saw Emperor Yu's Hall's methods, they were tempted. The sects that planned to use such methods were so scared that they didn't dare to use such methods. What do people seek in this world? To these super powerful experts, their reputation was the most important thing. The reputation of a sect was even more important. Unless it was a matter of life and death, they wouldn't be so shameless. Under Teng Qingshan's guidance, Wei Jiang and the other two easily joined the Xingyi sect. The other two became fifth-generation disciples. As for Wei Jiang, he was accepted by Teng Shou, a second-generation disciple, because he was extremely talented. He became a third-generation disciple. The Xingyi sect did have such a rule. As long as one was extremely talented, he or she could become a disciple of a second-generation disciple, or an innate expert. Of course, it was impossible to become a disciple of Teng Qingshan. Even Ming Lutong and the others who had reached the Grandmaster realm, innate realm, could only receive pointers from Teng Qingshan. Teng Qingshan didn't directly become a disciple. Teng Qingshan only had 3 direct disciples: Teng Shou, Yang Dong, and Shuaixian. During winter, the coldest place was naturally Yuzhou, which was located in the northeasternmost region, in a county city called Bloody Saber County in Yuzhou Province. A handsome and cold young man was pacing back and forth on the martial arts field as if he was thinking about something and was hesitating in a seemingly common mansion. Although it was snowing, a handsome and cold young man was pacing back and forth on the martial arts field as if he was thinking about something and hesitating. "Master, the snow is getting heavier." A maid came over and said respectfully. "Leave," the young man ordered indifferently. "Yes." The maid immediately left. The young man took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. He mumbled, "They are pushing Qinghu Island into danger again. Is Teng Qingshan so easy to deal with? Teng Qingshan, you destroyed Qinghu Island and caused countless casualties among my martial brothers. However, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. I can't let them do this. Taking revenge on Teng Qingshan won't do Qinghu Island any good. It will only make things worse." After stepping into the innate realm, Yin Danshan was very worried as he was one of the higher-ups of Qinghu Island. "Teng Qingshan, this time, I, Yin Danshan, am repaying a debt of gratitude. After this, you and I are even. I only hope that Qinghu Island can rise again in my lifetime." The young man hesitated no more and immediately entered the study room. After closing the door, he immediately wrote a secret letter. 5 chapters were completed. After the annual meeting, Tomato's updates had been unstable. Yesterday, there was only 1 chapter. Today, there were 5 chapters. There were only 5 days left in March. Tomato said that it was going to erupt in March, but it was not intense enough. 3 chapters a day was not intense enough. It was the last 5 days. Tomato said one thing. The last 5 days, at least 4 chapters a day. In other words, in the last 5 days, there would be at least 20 chapters, no matter which month it was. Even if there was a lack of chapters, Tomato would completely make up for it on the last day of the month. He would definitely do what he said. In the last 5 days of the month, Tomato would crazily update to thank everyone for their support. In the VIP selling group, many readers subscribed to Tomato's book and kept voting. Tomato was really touched. It was Tomato who did not work hard enough. "I'm sorry for everyone's support. Go crazy. There are only a few fights in life. It was only the last 5 days. At most, Tomato would just stay in front of the computer for the next 5 days. Fight. At least 4 chapters a day. These 4 chapters were just a minimum. Tomato would not be satisfied with 4 chapters. Everyone just needs to keep their eyes open. Tomorrow, he would go berserk. Now, there was a gap of more than 1,600 votes. Tomato hoped that everyone would support Tomato in the last 5 days. Give your votes to Tomato. We only have one goal: first place in the monthly votes. Even if we lose, we will lose after doing our best." Thousands of words converged into one sentence. "I need everyone's monthly votes." Voting method. Click Recommend the author for monthly votes. Tomato thanks all the brothers who support Tomato. Thank you. Chapter 555. Phew. Currently, the Great Yin Mountain seemed to be covered in a layer of silver. Heavy snowflakes fluttered in the air like goose feathers. However, the disciples of the Xing sect in the Great Yin Mountain didn't mind. Many of them only wore unlined clothes and practiced their fist art in the snow. The sounds of breathing could be heard everywhere in the Xing sect. Many disciples were practicing with each other. Bang! Bang! The sound of fists hitting flesh could be heard clearly. In the Xing sect, there was a secluded mansion on one of the mountains, Mount Longhu. This was the residence of the substitute sovereign, Yangdong. On the balcony of the third floor of a quiet pavilion in the mansion, Yangdong, who was wearing a purple cloak, stood on the balcony. Because the mansion was located on the peak of Mount Longhu, he could see many places at the foot of the mountain. He could see thousands of disciples practicing their fist art. Yangdong, who was married and had a child, looked much more mature than before. He also had a mustache. In the past, I only wanted to be a bandit leader. I didn't expect that I would be in charge of such a big sect. Yangdong looked down at the thousands of disciples practicing their fist art. He suddenly felt proud. After all, Tang Qingshan was detached from worldly affairs and rarely interfered with the affairs of the sect. Moreover, Yangdong was good at management. Yangdong frowned and looked at the courtyard below. My lord, there is an important secret letter from Yuzhou. Someone shouted from outside the courtyard. The maidservant in the courtyard looked up at Yangdong. Yangdong nodded slightly, and the maidservant opened the door. Phew! Yangdong floated down from the third floor and landed in the courtyard of the mansion. What secret letter? Why is it delivered to me so urgently? Yangdong frowned. My lord, look. The young disciple immediately handed over the secret letter respectfully. Yangdong took the letter and opened it. When he read it, his expression changed drastically. Who dares to do this? Yangdong's eyes turned cold. You can leave now. Yangdong waved his hand and said, Yes. The young disciple left. Yangdong thought for a while in the snow and then walked outside. At this moment, a beautiful woman wearing a white cloak walked over and smiled. Dong, it's almost lunchtime. Are you still going out? Yes, I'll go to Master's place. I'll be back in a while, Yangdong said and immediately left. He's going to the sect master's place? The young woman watched in confusion as her husband left. Dong should be able to deal with most matters in the sect. We rarely trouble the sect master. What is it that we need to ask the sect master for? Under the pavilion, Tang Qingshan's family of 4 was eating lunch at an exquisitely made dark red wooden table. Eating lunch under the pavilion and watching the snowflake fall around them was also a great joy. Master! Yangdong walked in. Dong! Tang Qingshan smiled and put down his chopsticks. Have you eaten? Let's eat together. Yangdong solemnly handed over a letter. Master, take a look at this. Oh! From Yangdong's expression, Tang Qingshan sensed that something was wrong. Without caring about anything else, he immediately took the secret letter. Li Jun, Honglin, and Hongwu looked over curiously. Honglin muttered, Why are you acting so mysterious? What's the matter? Hua. Tang Qingshan opened the letter and read it. The letter was written by the owner of the Blood Knife County in Yuzhou, the owner of the Qingshan Enterprise. The letter said that a mysterious, innate expert came to the owner of the Qingshan Enterprise last night. This innate expert masked his face and showed his strength. Then, he left a secret letter and left. The secret letter from the mysterious innate expert said, within a month's time, there would be an incident that targeted internal martial arts cultivators in the Yenzhou region of the 9 prefectures. What? Tang Qingshan's facial expression changed. Yenzhou? Li Jun, who was at the side, was also shocked when she read the letter. Qingshan, the Xing sect. There are many Qingshan enterprise halls in Yenzhou. Usually, we will accept many cultivators who want to join the Xing sect. Then, we will escort them all the way to Yangzhou. Every time, there will be hundreds or even thousands of people. Once the assassination happens, Tang Qingshan nodded his head slightly. Teacher, we have to guard against this, Yangdong said hastily. Although this has never happened in Yenzhou for so many years, this news came from Yuzhou. Moreover, it came from a mysterious innate expert. Moreover, it was sent by a mysterious innate expert. We can't be careless. If it was an ordinary person, the substitute sovereign, Yang Dong, wouldn't even know about it. However, a mysterious innate expert leaked the news. The meaning of this was different. I understand. Tung Qingshan frowned. Which sect is so ruthless that they want to kill the internal martial arts cultivators? Tung Qingshan was puzzled. Yinzhou had a population of 2 to 300 million. Many of them practiced internal martial arts. In addition, Yinzhou was the closest place to Yangzhou. Therefore, there were many cultivators of internal martial arts from other places. There were many cultivators from Yinzhou. Yinzhou and Qingzhou were the closest places to Yangzhou. Qingzhou was controlled by the Heavenly God Palace. The Heavenly God Palace was too powerful. Every year, there were cultivators from Qingzhou and Yuzhou who came to join the Xing sect, but not many. Yinzhou was different because the shooting sun god mountain was afraid of Tung Qingshan. Ever since Shengong II died, the shooting sun god mountain only had one emptiness realm expert, and the shooting sun heavenly wolf. If Tung Qingshan helped the Gui Yuan sect, he could easily destroy the shooting sun god mountain. Therefore, the shooting sun god mountain didn't dare to offend Tung Qingshan. The Qingshan enterprise was located in the Yinzhou region and received many people. Then, hundreds and thousands of people were escorted to Yangzhou. For so many years, the shooting sun god mountain didn't dare to do anything. They were afraid that Tung Qingshan would take the opportunity to destroy the shooting sun god mountain in a fit of rage. The shooting sun god mountain didn't dare to do anything. Yang Dong shook his head and said, most of the other sects have a good relationship with the Xing sect. Only Emperor Yu's Hall and Mani Temple. However, Mani Temple only cares about their own territory. Therefore, only Emperor Yu's Hall is left. Emperor Yu's Hall? Tung Qingshan suddenly thought of something. Teacher, you said those ruthless words last time. Emperor Yu's Hall harbors hatred in their hearts. They might use such a sinister method. Yang Dong frowned and said, however, is Emperor Yu's Hall really that vengeful? Tung Qingshan narrowed his eyes. Ah Dong, Tung Qingshan said in a deep voice. Teacher, Yang Dong cupped his hands and said, ask your eldest martial brother to come here. Tung Qingshan ordered, immediately. Yes. Yang Dong didn't dare to hesitate and left. In the East Flower Garden, Tung Qingshan was no longer in the mood to eat. Li Jun couldn't help but ask, Qingshan, is Emperor Yu's Hall really so ruthless? Li Jun couldn't help but ask, I said those ruthless words and humiliated them. They might take revenge. Tung Qingshan shook his head and said, however, we don't have any evidence. Let's forget about it for now. No matter what, Yinzhou is the place where the Xing sect takes in the most disciples among the other 8 prefectures. Nothing can go wrong. After all, if a group of disciples were killed, it would be thousands of internal martial art cultivators. When he thought of those youths who dreamed of cultivating the internal martial art, thousands of them were slaughtered. Tung Qingshan was enraged and thought to himself, how dare they kill some youths? This news came so strangely that Tung Qingshan didn't dare to pretend that it didn't happen. Blade-like chi, Tung Qingshan said with the use of the sound transmission technique. Roar. A deep roar came from the depths of the Great Yin Mountain. Soon, a beam of light flashed and landed in the middle of the courtyard with a bang. It had a tall body, blood-red eyes, 6 blade-like arms, and 2 pairs of wings that looked like a cloak. It was the 6-legged, blade-like Qi teacher. A figure dashed in from the outside. A muscular man dressed in a black cloak walked in. He was the eldest martial brother of the Xing sect. Besides Tung Qingshan, he had the highest cultivation in the branch of internal martial art. Tung Qingshan looked at Tung Shou and praised him in his heart. In the past 16 years, his eldest disciple had cultivated from the early stage of the Supreme Force to the late stage of the Supreme Force. Although it took a full 15 years, Tung Qingshan was already very satisfied with this speed of improvement. Shou, Tung Qingshan threw the secret letter in his hand and said, take a look at this first. Tung Shou took the letter and read it carefully. His facial expression changed as he raised his head and said, "Teacher, I feel that something is wrong," Tung Shan ordered. "Just in case, you will go with the blade-like chi this time. I will order the Qingshan Enterprise in Yenzhou to stagger the time of sending disciples. Make sure that there is only one group of disciples at a time. When the time comes, you will hide your identity and blend in with the group. I will ask the blade-like chi to follow you secretly. If you encounter any danger, immediately call the blade-like chi and ask for help." "Yes," Ting Shou said hastily. "Remember, if someone comes to kill the group of disciples sent by the Qingshan Enterprise, leave a few alive. It will be best to leave a few alive," Tung Shan said in a deep voice. "I want to find out who is behind this." Under Tung Shan's arrangement, the six-legged blade-like Qi and Tung Shou left the Great Yin Mountain in the afternoon. At the same time, the Xing Yi sect sent orders to all the Qingshan Enterprise halls in Yenzhou. It was obvious that Tung Shan had set up a huge net in Yenzhou. They were just waiting for the other party to appear. Time flew, and it was the day of the yearly sacrifice. On the day of a yearly sacrifice, the entire Xing Yi sect held a grand celebration. At night, the entire sect held a grand banquet. "Teacher." At night, Yang Dong and Tung Shan walked in the sect and asked, "Eldest martial brother has gone to Yenzhou for more than half a month. However, there is no news at all. Is this news true?" "Don't worry." Tung Shan shook his head and said, "The secret letter says that he will stay in Yenzhou for 1 or 2 months. Let your eldest martial brother stay in Yenzhou for 3 months. If there is no news in 3 months, then he would ask the Qingshan Enterprise to send their disciples in more batches. Send less than 100 disciples each time." "Yes." Yang Dong nodded slightly. Ever since Tang Shou came to Yenzhou, he had been busy. He didn't dare to relax for even a moment. However, it had been a whole month, and he didn't see anyone coming to kill him. "Teacher said that I have to stay for 3 months." Tang Shou thought to himself. At this moment, Tang Shou was in a majestic caravan of nearly 2,000 people. This caravan was the caravan of the Qingshan Enterprise. Among the caravan were 1,081 internal martial art cultivators who wanted to join the Xing Yi sect. There were only a few merchants in this caravan. Tung Shou raised his eyebrows. Chapter 556. There's movement. As an internal martial art cultivator who had cultivated to the late stage of the Supreme Force, Tung Shou's ears were extremely sensitive. He listened carefully. "Brother, how long do you think it will take us to reach the Xing Yi sect?" "Haha, don't worry. We are already in the trade caravan of the guild hall. We will reach the Great Yin Mountain in 10 to 15 days. Then you will see what the holy land of internal martial art is like. You can only be a tyrant in our village with your martial arts. When you reach the Great Yin Mountain, you will know that there is always someone better than you." In the trade caravan, the thousands of young men were talking noisily. They were all happy that they were about to enter the Xing Yi sect in the Great Yin Mountain. However, they didn't know that a disaster was about to befall them. Tung Shou's ears twitched. He eliminated the voices in the trade caravan and finally heard some faint voices in the distance. Because they were in the wilderness and the cold wind was strong, he couldn't hear them clearly. There are people, and there are many of them. Tung Shou looked at the barren mountain in the distance that was covered with snow. Behind the barren mountain, a group of warriors wearing silver armor could be seen. They were all holding their breaths as they listened to their leader's orders. "Everyone, the army is trained for 1,000 days. Today it's all up to you." The leader glanced at the people around him coldly and said in a deep voice, "In this trade caravan from the Qingshan trade caravan, there are thousands of internal martial art cultivators who want to join the Xing Yi sect. If we attack, there will only be 2 results. We will die, or they will all die." A deep and cold voice sounded behind the barren mountain. "Yes." Over 100 people nodded. Their eyes were fierce. "Attack." As soon as the leader gave the order, over 100 warriors wearing silver armor and carrying bows and arrows on their backs immediately rushed out from behind the barren mountain. The trade caravan was like a long dragon moving slowly on the official road. Tung Shou's attention was completely focused on the barren mountain. Phew, phew! The cold wind whistled in the wilderness. Suddenly, there were sounds of rapid footsteps. Bandits! Be careful! Tung Shou roared fiercely. His roar instantly tore apart the silence. The entire caravan almost made a hua sound. Everyone started to shrink towards the center in a practiced manner. At the same time, the guard of the caravan all pulled out their weapons. Or with bows and arrows in their hands, they instantly got into formation. It was common for merchant caravans to face bandits, so they were very familiar with this. Tung Shou did not want the caravan to panic, so he shouted, "There are bandits. How dare you rob us? Courting death." Many hot-blooded youngsters and teenagers were holding long spears in their hands, while some of them were holding swords and sabers. All of them were eager to have a try. They were like wild beasts looking at their prey, staring at the hundreds of silent warriors in silver armors who were rushing out from the distance. However, these bandits are actually all wearing armor. Moreover, their armor is not of ordinary inferior quality. The disciples of the internal martial arts quickly became vigilant. Who? A slightly taller man in silver armor raised his right hand. Instantly, over 100 people stopped at the same time. The caravan of Qingshan Enterprise was taken aback by the strict execution of the order. To be able to notice the leader's hand gestures while running at top speed was not something an ordinary elite team could do. Your reaction is quite fast. A deep voice came from the mouth of the man in silver armor. Originally, he wanted to rush forward and start a massacre, but he did not expect that the other party would discover him so quickly and react so quickly. Since he could not catch them off guard, then he would fight them head-on. Over 100 silent warriors simultaneously picked up the longbows on their backs, instantly pulled the bowstrings, and nocked arrows. All the arrows were aimed in the direction of the caravan. Many of the guards in the caravan also held bows and arrows in their hands, ready to shoot at any time. Who are you? This is the caravan of Qingshan Enterprise Hall. Quickly retreat, or else we will have to fight. The leader of the caravan shouted coldly. Not good, their arrows are poisoned. Suddenly, someone in the caravan shouted. Obviously, the cold arrowheads of these silent warriors had a faint blue color. Hearing that the arrows were poisoned, the leader's face darkened and immediately shouted, "Shoot! Xiao! Xiao! Xiao!" Immediately, hundreds of arrows pierced through the air. Over 100 silent warriors only dodged slightly, and only 20% of them were hit by the arrows. However, they all made a clang sound, and after the arrows flew for tens of zhong, they were unable to penetrate the silver armor of these silent warriors. The leader laughed coldly. "Everyone, kill them all." He gave the order. Immediately, over 100 silent warriors shot the arrows in their hands at the same time. The arrowheads flickered with a blue poisonous light, and the moment they left the bows, a roar that caused people's hearts to tremble suddenly sounded from underground and spread out in the wilderness. At the same time, a blurry figure instantly appeared in front of the caravan, and a hurricane was generated out of thin air. The powerful hurricane blew wildly, lifting up a large amount of snow, stones, and soil, and sweeping towards over 100 warriors. The speed of the arrows was greatly reduced in the hurricane, and some of them were even scattered and blown back. Only a few arrows that were shot at the faraway areas were not affected. Phew, phew, the hurricane howled, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. The originally confident hundreds of silent martial artists were shocked. Under the hurricane, they couldn't even see what was in front of them. Some of the martial artists couldn't help but be blown into the air. Even after using techniques such as Thousand Gene Drop, it was still difficult for them to stand firmly. Where did this strange wind come from? Many warriors were slightly shocked and confused. Split up, the leader shouted hastily. Rush to the back of the barren mountain. Over 100 warriors immediately rushed to the back of the barren mountain. After all, this hurricane couldn't blow away a small mountain. The hurricane that had appeared out of nowhere suddenly disappeared again. Eh. Sensing the disappearance of the hurricane, many silver-armored warriors who had already rushed to the side of the barren mountain turned their heads in confusion. They saw the six-legged blade-like chi hovering in front of the caravan. Just now, it had relied on its two pairs of wings to create that terrifying hurricane and blow away the arrows. The blades on the six-legged blade-like chi's 4 arms and 2 legs all flashed with a cold luster. Its blood-red eyes were even more terrifying. It's the emptiness realm demonic beast blade-like chi. The leader's face instantly turned pale as he roared, "Run!" Too late. Tung Shou, who was in the caravan, revealed a grim smile. Roar! The six-legged blade-like chi's blood-red eyes flashed. Then, all the densely packed sharp spikes on one of its blade-like arms flew out and hovered in front of it. A total of 100 sharp spikes were arranged neatly in a row. 10 sharp spikes were arranged neatly in a row, hovering in front of it. Then, buzz! The 100 sharp spikes instantly pierced through the air. The speed of the sharp spikes was astonishing. How could they be dodged so easily? Over 100 silver-armored warriors in front of the barren mountain. Poochie! Poochie! The sharp spikes instantly pierced through the armor. In front of the six-legged blade-like chi's sharp spikes, the armor was like paper. Fresh blood flowed out from the holes. Plop! Plop! One by one, the warriors fell to the ground with a loud bang. However, the six-legged blade-like chi's sharp spikes attack was an area attack. It could only target a rough area and control over 100 sharp spikes at once. The six-legged blade-like chi couldn't control each spike separately. As a result, this move of the six-legged blade-like chi was most effective when facing a densely packed army. If the army was too scattered, the 100 sharp spikes would only be able to kill 10 to 20 warriors. This time, the six-legged blade-like chi only managed to kill 18 warriors with one wave. Phew. However, the 100 sharp spikes actually gathered again and sifted the army again. The group of warriors was like a target. Why is there an emptiness realm demonic beast here? Why is it like this? Many warriors who have been silent all this while roared angrily. Someone snitched. Who betrayed us? Every silver-armored warrior roared angrily. Kill! Kill! This group of silver-armored warriors went berserk. They roared as they spread apart from each other. Then, they madly rushed towards the caravan. At the same time, the surviving silver-armored warriors all drew their bows. For an army of nearly 2,000 people, this was an extremely long distance. Whoosh! 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 While the six-legged blade-like chi slaughtered the warriors, it also shot arrows towards various parts of the caravan. Because the range of the arrows was too wide, the six-legged blade-like chi couldn't block many of the arrows in time. Poochie! Poochie! The 100 sharp spikes of the six-legged blade-like chi sifted the army again. There were originally more than 100 martial artists, but only a dozen or so were still running. Who betrayed us? Who is it? As the group of warriors roared angrily, actually took out a ball from their bosoms and threw it toward the caravan. Hold your breaths. A loud roar resounded through the entire caravan. Then a yellow mist spread out. The six-legged blade-like chi transformed into a shadow and killed the 10 warriors within the time it took to take a breath. From the beginning to the end, the group of powerful warriors didn't engage in close combat with the caravan at all. The six-legged blade-like chi's speed was too fast. Moreover, its group attack ability was too shocking. The caravan quickly stabilized. How is it? Tung Shou said with a frown. The leader of the caravan had a trace of anger on his face as he said respectfully, "This group of martial artists is too ruthless. Their poison arrows are deadly. Among our caravan, 2 guards, a merchant, and 2 internal martial art youths have unfortunately lost their lives." Tung Shou's facial expression changed. Moreover, their blades and swords were poisoned. The leader of the caravan gnashed his teeth and said, "If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that the 100 of them would have killed everyone in our caravan." They could all tell that the 100 warriors were the elites of the elites. The youths who had just started learning the internal martial arts could not compare to them. Among the heavily injured warriors, when we captured them alive, 3 of our guards were accidentally killed by them. The leader of the caravan suppressed his anger and said, "Then, all the survivors committed suicide." Tung Shou's facial expression became even more unsightly. Investigate them. Find out their identities from their appearances. Tung Shou said in a deep voice, "I don't believe that the weakest among this group of experts is a first-rate, second-rate warrior. Moreover, there are over 100 of them, yet we can't find a single trace of them. Also, investigate their blades, swords, and armors." Second chapter. Continue writing the third chapter. Chapter 557. Late at night, in the East Flower Garden of the Xing Yi sect, the candles in Tung Qingshan's study room were still lit. Light could be seen from outside the study room. In the study, Tung Qingshan sat in front of his desk, carefully reading the information that was sent to him. It recorded the course of events, as well as some speculations. How vicious! Even the weapons and arrows were poisoned. It was obvious that he wanted to wipe out this caravan. These are all teenagers, yet this group of people actually dare to do it. If you have a grudge against me, Tung Qingshan, you can just come after me. Tung Qingshan. How dare you resort to such shameless methods? Tung Qingshan's killing intent surged, and his eyes flashed with coldness. This group of intercepting martial artists made Tung Qingshan shudder with fear. He would rather commit suicide than be captured. The more he felt that his opponent was ruthless, the angrier Tung Qingshan became. Don't let me find out. Once I find out who the culprit is. Tung Qingshan was definitely not a good person. When he was 17 years old, during the battle at the Great Yin Mountain, his father, uncle, and the others had suffered a calamity. Although Tung Qingshan's strength was far inferior to Qinghu Islands, he still dared to take revenge. Moreover, the current Tung Qingshan had no one in the world that he truly needed to look up to. The Xing Yi sect immediately activated their greatest power and started to investigate the identities of the more than 100 people who had died. One had to know that there were over 100 sets of high-grade armor, weapons, and poisons. They were all breakthroughs in the investigation. Moreover, there were over 100 powerful martial artists, so it was unlikely that all of them were nobodies. In just 7 short days, there was a shocking result. In the morning, in the parterre of the East Flower Garden, a young girl dressed in purple was holding a long spear and practicing her spear techniques. At the side, Tung Qingshan was watching with a smile. "Father, how was my practice?" After Honglin stopped, her cheeks flushed. She looked at Tung Qingshan with a smile. "It does look like it. However, your pursuing shadow spear, although it has that unending feeling, it's still not enough. But it lacks a little bit of ruthlessness." Tung Qingshan extended his hand, and the long spear in Honglin's hand was teleported into Tung Qingshan's hand. Look carefully, collapsing fist like an arrow. This pursuing shadow spear must also be like an arrow leaving the bow. As he spoke, Tung Qingshan easily grabbed a long spear with one hand and held it horizontally. Then he spun it and stabbed. Pucci. The air seemed to be pierced. "Also, Lin Lin," Tung Qingshan said with a smile, "now your bursting fist and pursuing shadow spear art can be considered to have reached the initial success stage. From today onwards, when you practice bursting fist, no matter if your feet are improving or regressing, only half a step is allowed." "Half step?" Honglin shook her head. "It's too short. It's not strong enough." Tung Qingshan smiled and said, "If you're not used to it, use iron chains to lock your feet. No matter if your feet are improving or regressing, only half a step is allowed. When will you truly master the half-step bursting fist? You will only be able to reach the Grandmaster in Nate Realm." Since his son's talent in martial arts wasn't considered outstanding, he could only train his daughter well. Honglin nodded. "Teacher." At this moment, a person walked over from afar. It was Yang Dong, senior martial brother Yang. Honglin smiled and greeted him. Yang Dong smiled and nodded. Then he whispered to Tung Qingshan, "Teacher, the results have been found." "Found?" Tung Qingshan's facial expression changed. "Let's go." Tung Qingshan immediately brought his disciple to the study room. After the door was closed with a squeak, Yang Dong immediately took out a piece of information respectfully and said, "Teacher, this is the result of the investigation from eldest Marshall Brothers' side. Teacher, take a look." With a cold face, Tung Qingshan took the piece of information from his disciple's hands. According to the information, the investigation started with the weapons, armor, and the identity of the martial artists. However, it was obvious that the difficulty of investigating the weapons was higher. Among the over 100 martial artists, the identities of 3 had been found. 3. Tung Qingshan nodded to himself. There were countless martial artists in the land of the 9 prefectures. Many of them were unknown in their sections. It was already very difficult for the Xing E-Sex Information Network to be able to find out the identities of these 3 people. Guojieshio, Ganzitao. Tung Qingshan looked at the first 2 names, and his facial expression changed. According to the information, these 2 people were members of Emperor Yu's Hall. Emperor Yu's Hall. Tung Qingshan was enraged. It's fine if they want to attract the disciples of the branch of internal martial art with small favors. It's fine if they want to frame us. I didn't expect them to be so insatiable. They actually dared to slaughter the disciples of the Xing E-sect. There is no founding master who could remain calm when someone tried to slaughter over 1,000 of his disciples with sinister methods. Glory, reputation, it was all achieved with one's fists. Yang Dong, who was at the side, felt that his teacher Tung Qingshan's eyes were as dazzling and frightening as lightning. The murderous aura also shocked him. This is... After reading the detailed introduction of Guo Jieshio and Gan Zitao, Tung Qingshan flipped to the next page and saw the 3rd person. He couldn't help but be shocked. Chu Xinglong? Qinghu Island? Tung Qingshan was originally angry because of these 2 people. He even wanted to go to Emperor Yu's hall to settle the score. But now, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. Qinghu Island? Tung Qingshan frowned. Why are there people of Qinghu Island among them? Teacher. Yang Dong cupped his hands and said, I've already seen them. I'm also confused. Why are there people of Qinghu Island among these 3 people? Tung Qingshan shook his head and said with a frown, Back then, I killed the blind swordmaster Qinghu Island and captured the island lord, Taipan, alive. After that, the entire Qinghu Island fell apart and completely collapsed. Only a few loyal people hid in various places and prepared to make a comeback. Most of them have already dispersed and live ordinary lives. However, why is this Chu Xinglong among them? Tung Qingshan frowned. Teacher, Yang Dong said solemnly, in my opinion, there are 2 possibilities. First, the remnants of Qinghu Island might be behind this incident. They want to take revenge. Therefore, it gathered some people. Guo Jieshio and Gan Zitao, the 2 people of Emperor Yu's hall, were among them. This means that Emperor Yu's hall can't escape responsibility. Second, this incident is completely the revenge of Emperor Yu's hall. When Qinghu Island was destroyed, many disciples of Qinghu Island left Yangzhou one after another. Or they became soldiers of Emperor Yu's hall. Or they joined other sections. This Chu Xinglong might have joined after Qinghu Island was destroyed. He might have joined Emperor Yu's hall. This time, over 100 people were all organized by Emperor Yu's hall. Yang Dong said these 2 possibilities. Tung Qingshan nodded. He couldn't help but clench his teeth and frown. His heart was filled with doubt and uncertainty. Teacher, what should we do? Yang Dong asked. This incident has been strange since the beginning. Tung Qingshan frowned and said, a mysterious innate expert leaked information to Emperor Yu's hall. Then this incident happened. However, although it's strange, this incident is definitely related to Emperor Yu's hall. Because of his doubts, Tung Qingshan didn't plan to go to Emperor Yu's hall immediately. Continue to investigate. Those armors and weapons. How did the over 100 people appear? Investigate their whereabouts carefully. Tung Qingshan ordered. Although he was angry at Emperor Yu's hall, Tung Qingshan didn't want to kill his way to Emperor Yu's hall before he figured out the truth. In the blink of an eye, it was already March. In March, The entire Yangzhou was filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. At the foot of the Great Yin Mountain, many tourists came to see the sacred land of internal martial arts. Naturally, a flourishing town was formed at the foot of the Great Yin Mountain. Brother, the three of us went through many hardships from Yuzhou to the Great Yin Mountain and joined the Xingyi sect. It has been 8 years now. Junior martial brother, when you go back to visit your relatives, you should also visit my father and mother. Here is some silver. Please take it with you. In a restaurant, 3 young men were drinking and chatting. One of them, a handsome young man wearing a green cloak, nodded and sighed. It has been 8 years. I don't know how my adoptive father has been these 8 years. Sigh, I'm unfilial. I haven't been by his side for 8 years. I just asked someone to take some silver back. Brother, you are the most powerful among the 3 of us. The most promising one was now a corporal in the Blood Wolf Army. If your adoptive father knew, he would be very happy. Junior martial brother Gongyu. Another short and fat man smiled and said, a man's ambition is to travel far and wide. Your adoptive father also asked you to come with us. Unfortunately, we can't go back just because we want to. No matter which sect, as long as one was a disciple, there was a limit to the number of times one could visit one's relatives. The further one's home was, the greater the limit. After all, some places were tens of thousands of li away. A round trip could take more than half a year. How could that be? If they were allowed to visit their relatives once a year, that would be equivalent to traveling for more than half a year. All right, senior martial brothers, let's not talk anymore. It's about time. The trade caravan from the guild is gathering. The young man named Gongyu stood up. The 2 young men who saw him off also stood up. No need to see me off. Senior martial brothers, I will leave first. Gongyu cupped his hands and said, be careful on the road. The 2 young men watched as the man named Gongyu left. In the town, the trade caravan from the Qingshan Guild was gathering. This time, Gongyu left with the trade caravan and headed to Yuzhou to visit his relatives. Everyone is here. Let's go. The leader of the trade caravan ordered. Immediately, this trade caravan of almost 1,000 people left the Great Yin Mountain and headed towards Yuzhou. On the desolate official road, the young man named Gongyu rode on a horse and followed the trade caravan. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the Great Yin Mountain. At this distance, the Great Yin Mountain was already a blur. Gongyu thought to himself, Xingyi sect. Teacher, martial brothers, I'm sorry. You can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame that Tung Qingshan. 8 years. 8 years. During these 8 years, I was a disciple of the Xingyi sect. I was a corporal of the Blood Wolf Army. From now on, I am no longer a corporal. A cold light flashed in Gongyu's eyes. This is the 3rd chapter. Tomato. Continue writing the 4th chapter. I will definitely fulfill my promise. Brothers, give me a few monthly votes as well. Let's encourage each other. Chapter 558. In Yinzhou, the Xingyi sect spent a lot of time and energy investigating the mysterious group of people that attacked the caravan of Qingshan Enterprise. However, in the end, they didn't find any useful information. Tung Qingshan could only suppress his anger. At the same time, he ordered the spies of the Xingyi sect to monitor Emperor Yu's hall more closely. In the hot summer, in the training room of the East Flower Garden, the training room was 10 zhang long, 8 zhang wide, and 5 zhang high. The door was closed, and only a sliver of light shone through the crack. In the training room, only Tung Qingshan was there. He wore a loose shirt and was barefoot. He held the reincarnation spear in his hand and closed his eyes to adjust his state of mind. He was training the Tao spear. Swoosh! A cold light flashed in the training room. The reincarnation spear suddenly transformed into a huge python and danced crazily. After that, the entire training room seemed to have turned into a monstrous ocean. A silver-scaled flood dragon soared in the ocean. Sometimes it tore the sky apart, and sometimes it dashed into the ocean. Suddenly, the entire ocean seemed to collapse. Strangely, The endless amount of seawater surrounded the long spear. Suddenly, the long spear was the only thing left in the world. Pooh! The heavens and the earth seemed to be split open. In the dark and enclosed training room, Tung Qingshan constantly pondered over his Tao of Spear, perfecting his Tao of Spear. For the past 17 years, he had been training diligently. Ever since he reached the culmination of the Wood Elemental Tao last year, he naturally reached the culmination of the 5 Elemental Taos. Tung Qingshan had been pondering to combine the power of the heavens and the earth of the 5 Elemental Taos perfectly and form the most powerful spear move. If the power of the heavens and the earth of the 5 Elemental Taos was in its perfect state, it should be able to unleash 120% of its power. In the 36 splitting mountain forms, there were a few moves that could unleash such power. However, that was with an axe. Tung Qingshan had already given up on using an axe and focused on cultivating the spear art. He had trained for 16 years before he reached the Emptiness Realm culmination and 1 year after he reached the Emptiness Realm culmination. In the Tao of the 5 Elemental Taos, there was only one move that satisfied him. The 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other. Water begets wood, wood begets fire, fire begets earth, earth begets metal, metal begets water. Water gave birth to wood. The cycle repeated itself, forming a perfect cycle. It was as if the Tao of Yin and Yang circulated endlessly. However, everyone understood this logic. To truly achieve the greatest effect of the 5 elemental power of heaven and earth in one move, it is very difficult. Tung Qingshan had been pondering this point. Now, he was only satisfied with one move. His goal was a full 5 spear moves. Clang! In the dark training room, Tung Qingshan threw the reincarnation spear onto the weapon rack at the side. 17 years of bitter cultivation. With the water element as the main element, I formed a perfect cycle and created this strongest spear technique. Since this spear strike was based on the water element and the 5 elements were exerted together, Tung Qingshan named it the 5 Elemental Toxic Dragon Drill. According to Tung Qingshan's assumption, there should be 5 moves, and all of them contain the power of the 5 elements. It should be the 5 Elemental Crimson Tiger Roar, the 5 Elemental Splitting Mountain, the 5 Elemental Shadow, and the 5 Elemental Primordial Unity Energy. The name was tacky and simple. Actually, no matter how fancy the name was, it was still the same move. Virtuous like water, water benefits all living things, but doesn't compete. I can focus on the water element. I created the 5 Elemental Toxic Dragon Drill. However, I can't create the other 4 moves. Tung Qingshan shook his head. This means that my comprehension of the Tao of heaven and earth isn't thorough enough. If I can create the strongest spear technique with the other 4 moves, I should be able to step into the insightful emptiness realm. Tung Qingshan's thinking was wrong. He could turn the 5 elemental Tao he comprehended into a fist technique. The level of comprehension was already extremely high. Only then could he spend 17 years to create such a peak move. To be able to create such a move was already very abnormal. If he could create 5 moves, it meant that he had an extreme understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth, omnipotent expert. To create 5 moves, one had to have an extreme understanding of the 5 elements. Only omnipotent experts could do that. However, Tung Qingshan didn't have anyone to teach him. He had to figure everything out by himself. Of course, he didn't understand. He only wanted to work hard to create the other 4 moves. I should focus on the 5 elemental Tao. The deeper my comprehension is, the closer I am to the insightful emptiness realm. Tung Qingshan thought to himself. Tung Qingshan frowned. He could feel the aura of his second disciple, Yang Dong, outside. Why is Dong here? Tung Qingshan didn't hesitate. He took a shower in the cultivation room, changed his clothes, and put on his shoes. Then, he opened the door of the cultivation room. Rumble. The 2 stone doors of the cultivation room slowly opened to the sides. Light shone in from the outside, and the heat of the summer immediately permeated the room. Tung Shan immediately saw Yang Dong, who had an anxious look on his face. His son, Hongwu, was beside him, and he seemed to be anxious too. Teacher, father. Yang Dong and Hongwu hurried over. What happened? Tung Shan asked. Teacher. Yang Dong handed over a letter and said at the same time, we just received news that Emperor Yu's Hall has the secret cultivation technique of the Xingyi sect, the Cannon Fist. Among the cultivators of the branch of internal martial art recruited by Emperor Yu's Hall, many of them have already cultivated the Cannon Fist. Although Yang Dong had given Tung Shan a secret letter, he couldn't help but say it out loud. What? Tung Shan's facial expression changed drastically. He hastily opened the letter and read it. How could the secret cultivation technique be leaked? Tung Shan's facial expression changed, and he became slightly anxious. And it's the Cannon Fist of the 5 elemental fist? In the branch of internal martial art, the 12 forms of Xingyi were the foundation. However, it was impossible to reach the culmination of the tiger form fist art alone. Even Wei Jiang, who had cultivated the tiger form fist art to the pinnacle, was only a first-rated warrior. However, the 5 elemental fist was different. In Tung Shan's previous life, the famous grandmasters of the Xingyi martial art all relied on the bursting fist, slashing fist, and cannon fist. Only by cultivating the 5 elemental fist could one hope to reach the grandmaster realm. Therefore, in the Xingyi sect, the 5 types of fist techniques, the collapsing fist, the blast fist, and the 5 fists were not easily taught to the disciples. Even if they were taught, they couldn't teach them all at once. Instead, they would teach them step by step. They would first teach the foundation and then gradually teach them the killer move. The secret cultivation technique of the Cannon Fist was leaked. Tung Shan was very anxious. It was completely possible for the cultivators of the internal martial art to reach the Grandmaster realm by relying on the 2 secret cultivation techniques, the Tiger Form Fist art and the Cannon Fist. Dong, I have given you strict orders. Tung Shan stared at Yang Dong and said, in the Xingyi sect, only the elite disciples can be taught the bursting fist and the other 5 elemental fist art. The teaching is also done gradually. Only those with a clean background, absolute loyalty, and excellent aptitude can receive the full teaching. Tell me, which cultivation method and fighting method is the Cannon Fist that Emperor Yu's Hall obtained? The cultivation technique of the Cannon Fist had been modified by Tung Shan. After the system summarized it, there were a total of 9 types. Teacher, it's on the second last page of the secret letter, Yang Dong said. Tung Shan was also very worried. He didn't have a mood to read the letters carefully. Tell me, Tung Shan shouted. According to the investigation, it should be the cultivation technique of the 9 Emperor Cannon Fist, Yang Dong answered. The 9 Emperor Cannon Fist. Tung Shan frowned and said, in the Xingyi sect, there shouldn't be many people who learned the 9 Emperor Cannon Fist. Did you find out? Not yet. I rushed over as soon as I got the news. Yang Dong answered. However, I've already told Elder Zong and asked him to investigate immediately. Once he found out, he will tell teacher. Tung Shan could only suppress his anxiety. The weather was hot, and Tung Shan was very anxious. The leaking of secret manuals could be a big or small matter. For sects like Emperor Yu's Hall and the Heavenly God Palace, it was fine if a secret manual was leaked. This was because the Taoist sects had spread everywhere. It wasn't worth keeping it a secret. However, Tung Shan was the only sect that knew the internal martial art. Once the bursting fist and other fist techniques were leaked, then the branch of internal martial arts would probably have a second sect. Father, drink some tea. Hongwu held a cup of tea. I'm not in the mood. Tung Shan suddenly turned his head and looked at the door. Soon, a figure appeared at the door. It was Elder Zong Lu. Uncle Zong, did you find out? Tung Shan hastily walked over. Sovereign, look. Elder Zong Lu handed over a piece of paper and said, in the Xingyi sect, most of the disciples are still cultivating the foundation of the 12 forms of Xingyi sect. Only a small number of disciples learned the 5 element fist. Among them, A total of 3,218 people were taught the Canon Fist. However, only 291 people learned the Ninth Emperor Canon Fist. Tung Shan looked at the piece of paper. Among these 291 people, Zhong Lu continued, 283 of them have extremely clean backgrounds. The remaining 8 people also had relatively clean backgrounds. However, these 8 people all had the experience of being orphans and beggars. Logically speaking, there should be no problem. However, in the 3rd month of this year, one of the remaining 8 people is called Gong Yu. Zhong Lu frowned and said, he went home to visit his family in March. Visit his family? Tung Shan frowned and asked, where is his hometown? Yes, visit his family. He is from Yuzhou. Moreover, he was an orphan since he was young. His foster father, a bachelor, adopted him. In that village, he learned the tiger form fist art. Zhong Lu said, Sovereign, don't worry. According to the records, Gong Yu's 9th Emperor Canon Fist is only at the initial level. Due to his background, his teacher hasn't had the time to teach him the essence of the later parts. Tung Shan nodded slightly. In the Xing Yi sect, if one wanted to learn the Canon Fist or one of the other 5 elemental fists, it was very difficult. Because the teacher taught them step by step, there were no written manuals. The teacher would only teach them step by step. The higher your realm was, the more he would teach you. After all, it was useless to bite off more than one could chew. Teaching them less could prevent it from being leaked. If we only rely on the incomplete version of the 9th Emperor Canon Fist that Gong Yu obtained, if we continue to cultivate the tiger form fist, we can at most become a first-rated warrior, Zhong Lu said with certainty. Tung Shan heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the previous teaching strategy was correct. We can't let this bad trend spread. Tung Shan's eyes turned cold. Today, Emperor Yu's hall stole a Canon Fist. In the future, other sects will steal another fist art. What will happen in the long run? Moreover, Gong Yu dared to betray the Xing Yi sect. He is also the first disciple to betray the Xing Yi sect. We can't just punish him. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. This was the first time a secret manual was leaked. This was the first time a disciple betrayed the sect. We must punish him severely. This is the end of the 4th chapter. There is still the 5th chapter today. Tomato continues to write. Actually, Tomato just wants the monthly ticket in everyone's pocket. Vote for Tomato. Chapter 559. That's right. We can't simply deal with him. As the substitute sovereign, Yang Dong understood the importance of this matter. He said solemnly, the Canon Fist is a consummate technique of the Xing Yi sect. This leak must be dealt with harshly. He wanted to intimidate all the sects in the world so that such a thing would never happen again. The best way is to start with Emperor Yu's hall. Immediately after, Yang Dong looked at Tung Shan awkwardly and said, Teacher, are we going to start with Emperor Yu's hall? Emperor Yu's hall was the oldest sect in the land of the 9 prefectures. Was he someone to be trifled with? Sovereign, if we want to deal with Emperor Yu's hall, we have to think about it carefully, Zhong Lu said with a frown. In the land of the 9 prefectures, who wouldn't feel heavy at the mention of Emperor Yu's hall? The oldest sect, the sect founded by Emperor Yu, had existed until now. How could it not have any trump cards? Father, Han Wu pondered and said, Father, are you really going to attack Emperor Yu's hall? As I see it, we must first make it clear. First of all, how sure are we of it? One cannot go for wool and come home shorn. Also, if this plan fails, what will happen to the Xing Yi sect? Will the Xing Yi sect be able to bear the consequences? What are the benefits if we succeed? Tung Shan couldn't help but look at his son with a smile. In terms of meticulousness, this son, who was very good at business, was much better than his daughter. In fact, there were many things that he could not see through as clearly as his son. Master, you have to think about this carefully. Can you do it? No matter how much of a bandit Yang Dong was, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly when it came to the most ancient sect in the 9 prefectures. Tung Shan closed his eyes and calmed himself down. Yang Dong, Elder Zhong Lu, and Han Wu looked at each other. They didn't dare to say anything to disturb Tang Qingshan's thoughts. They could only wait quietly at the side. After all, Tang Qingshan was the sovereign of the Xing Yi sect and the founder of the internal martial art. In the Xing Yi sect, Tang Qingshan had absolute authority. The Xing Yi sect was ruled by Tang Qingshan. If he said he would do it, then he would naturally do it. The three of them were waiting for Tang Qingshan's decision. In terms of strength, no Emptiness Realm expert under the insightful Emptiness Realm is a match for me. In terms of speed, the Undying Phoenix, Little Blue, can be said to be #1 in the 9 prefectures once it uses the ultimate skill that its mother taught it. Compared to me, Emperor Yuzhal is at a great disadvantage. If we really fight, there's a chance that Little Qing and I can take care of Lu Xia and Huang Tianqin one after another. Tang Qingshan made many calculations in his mind. What he was most uncertain about now was, this was the reason why Emperor Yuzhal could exist for 6,000 years. Based on what? No matter what, according to my investigation, it's impossible. For so many years, Emperor Yuzhal had been holed up in Yuzhou. Back then, the king of the northeast, Hong Tian, had conquered the world. Emperor Yuzhal was still holed up in their own territory. He doesn't dare to provoke Hong Tian. Tang Qingshan deduced from this. Even if this trump card is powerful, there's no need to be too afraid. Otherwise, how could Emperor Yuzhal not have any reaction when Yu Tonghai was burned to death by the Undying Phoenix? F***CK. If we're going to do it, let's do it big. Since I want to intimidate the land of the 9 prefectures, I want the Supreme Sects to not dare to steal the cultivation technique of the Xing Yi sect. I want to let them know the consequences of stealing the cultivation technique of the Xing Yi sect. Then, I'll choose the oldest sect as my target. This will be the best way to intimidate others. Tang Qingshan instantly made up his mind. In the courtyard, Yang Dong, Zhong Lu, and Han Wu were silently waiting for Tang Qingshan, who had his eyes closed and was deep in thought. No one dared to disturb Tang Qingshan. Tang Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes. Father? Teacher? Sovereign? The three of them spoke at the same time. Tang Qingshan smiled at them. His eyes lit up as he said in a sonorous voice, Emperor Yuzhal robbed and killed the caravan of Qingshan Enterprise. They can't get away with it. Now, they want to steal the cultivation technique of the Xing Yi sect. How can the Xing Yi sect lower our heads? This time, I will personally go to Emperor Yuzhal. Yang Dong, Zhong Lu, and Han Wu stared at each other. Were they really going to attack Emperor Yuzhal? Uncle Zhong. Tang Qingshan looked at Zhong Lu. Yes, Zhong Lu hastily responded. Prepare the evidence of Emperor Yuzhal sending men to rob and kill the caravan of Qingshan Enterprise in Yenzhou. I will bring the evidence to Emperor Yuzhal. Question them face to face. Tang Qingshan was very clear about this. Yes. Zhong Lu immediately walked over and prepared the evidence. Tang Qingshan used the use of the sound transmission technique to communicate with his wife, Li Jun Qingshan. Li Jun quickly rushed over from another courtyard and said with a smile, What's the matter? Little Jun, ask the blade-like Qi to go to the desolate land. Ask Little Blue to come here. Tang Qingshan said, What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Li Jun glanced at Tang Qingshan with a smile. However, she still raised her head and roared. Soon, the 6-legged blade-like Qi's deep roar sounded from the depths of the great Yin Mountain. Soon, the 6-legged blade-like Qi flew over. Tang Qingshan looked at Yang Dong. Dong, Tang Qingshan said solemnly. Yes, Yang Dong answered respectfully. This traitor, Gong Yu, is the first traitor of the Xing Yi sect. We can't let him go easily. We must capture him at all costs. I want all the disciples of the Xing Yi sect to know the consequences of betraying the sect by leaking the secret technique. A murderous intent flashed in Tang Qingshan's eyes. If a disciple betrayed the sect for a special reason, it would be fine. Everyone had a balance in their hearts. When Tang Qingshan betrayed the Gui Yuan sect, everyone knew that Tang Qingshan didn't want to implicate the Gui Yuan sect. He didn't want Qinghu Island to find an excuse to take revenge. However, Gongyu betrayed the sect and leaked the secret technique of the sect. Even death couldn't atone for his crime. Put up notices everywhere in the land of the 9 prefectures. Offer a reward for the capture of Gongyu. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse, Tung Qingshan said coldly. Yes. Yang Dong immediately went to carry out his orders. They all knew the importance of this matter. This was the first time the sect had betrayed the sect and leaked the secret technique. This was the beginning. If this punishment wasn't strict, the supreme sects wouldn't be deterred. In the future, all kinds of secret techniques would be leaked. In the land of the 9 prefectures, the branch of internal martial arts would be the same as the branch of Taoism. Many sects would appear. At that time, the Xing-Yi sect wouldn't even be able to maintain its current strength, let alone improve its strength. The Xing-Yi sect could only become the only sect of internal martial arts and become the holy land for the cultivators of the internal martial arts. Only then would all the cultivators of the internal martial arts yearn for the Xing-Yi sect. Only then could countless experts of the internal martial arts gather here. Within a short period of 17 years, the Xing-Yi sect had managed to form such a terrifying army, the Blood Wolf Army. The foundation and strength of the Xing-Yi sect was even stronger than that of Emperor Yu's Hall. It was because the Xing-Yi sect was the only branch of internal martial arts. All the disciples of the internal martial arts in the land of the 9 prefectures were here. How could the Xing-Yi sect not be powerful? In the evening, the 6-legged blade-like Qi brought the undying phoenix, Little Blue. The higher-ups of the Xing-Yi sect, as well as the elders, also knew about this. They were all shocked. While they were nervous, they were also looking forward to it. If the Xing-Yi sect could defeat Emperor Yu's Hall, it would be something to be proud of. The next morning, when the red sun rose from the east, over 10 people gathered in the East Flower Garden. They were all the higher-ups of the Xing-Yi sect. Today, Tung Qingshan wore a white cloak and carried the reincarnation spear with a red tassel on his back. Beside him was the huge divine bird, the undying phoenix, whose entire body was surrounded by flames. "Father, be careful," Hongwu said solemnly. Tung Qingshan looked at his son with a smile and patted Hongwu's head. His daughter was 17 years old, and his son was 15 years old. However, why did it feel like his son was 17 years old and his daughter was 15 years old? "Father," Honglin frowned and said, "it's a pity that Uncle Mu is in Yong'an County. It would be better if Uncle Mu went with you. Your Uncle Mu is in charge of the Gui Yuan sect. How could he leave so easily?" Tung Qingshan smiled. "Qingshan, be careful," Li Jun couldn't help but say. This time, their target was the oldest sect, Emperor Yu's Hall. Tung Qingshan smiled and looked at his wife. Then, he looked at his son and daughter. Then, he looked at the elders of the Xing-Yi sect and laughed loudly. Everyone Emperor Yu's Hall robbed and killed the caravan of the Hui Dojo. Now, they stole the cultivation technique. This is the first time, and it must be the last time. If the Xing-Yi sect wants to fight, we will fight with power and vigor. We will make sure that no other sects in the world dare to have any ideas about the Xing-Yi sect. Tung Qingshan's aura was fierce like a sharp spear. Yes, we will beat them until they don't dare to have any ideas. Sect leader, you have to be careful. These elders spoke differently. After all, some of them were Tung Qingshan's elders. Under the gazes of the elders, Li Jun and his son and daughter, Tung Qingshan, who was dressed in a white cloak, carried the reincarnation spear on his back and leaped onto the back of the undying phoenix, Little Blue. Little Blue's wings trembled slightly, and it transformed into a fiery red flowing light that rapidly soared into the sky. Under the sunlight of the morning sun, it rapidly disappeared from everyone's sight. Tung Qingshan rode on the back of the undying phoenix, Little Blue, and entered the territory of Yuzhou. The wind howled in his ears, but Tung Qingshan overlooked the vast land below. Emperor Yu's Hall must have something powerful to rely on. This time, I'm going to knock on their door. It's time to reveal the trump card of Emperor Yu's Hall. Tung Qingshan smiled. All right, If I don't have a trump card with my current strength, I won't be able to defeat him. Just Lu Xia and Huang Tianqin alone would be too boring. I have cultivated diligently for 17 years. I haven't fought for 17 years. This time, it's time to see my strength after cultivating diligently for 17 years. I don't know. Their trump card is too powerful, forcing me to admit defeat to Emperor Yu's Hall. Or to make Emperor Yu's Hall lower its head under my long spear. Facing the most ancient Emperor Yu's Hall, Tung Qingshan wasn't confident. However, it was precisely because he wasn't confident that he could win that he was filled with pride. Soon, Emperor Yu's Hall. The undying phoenix emitted a piercing screech. Then, it carried Tung Qingshan and dived down rapidly. 5 minutes passed. Do you want Tung Qingshan to fight until the heavens collapse and the earth crack? Then give me the monthly votes. Chapter 560. In Imperial Yu City, a large number of disciples and soldiers gathered in Emperor Yu's Hall. Among them, there was a quiet and secluded bamboo house with no maids or disciples. In the bamboo house, a handsome man sat cross-legged. He was dressed in a smooth purple robe. There were a few strands of silver hair on his temples. This was the genius expert of Emperor Yu's Hall, Yu Feng, who had just broken through to the emptiness realm. He was also the third emptiness realm expert of Emperor Yu's Hall. Yu Feng's facial expression changed as he looked towards the southeast. Oh no, he could clearly feel two powerful auras of souls flying towards Emperor Yu's Hall. The auras were much stronger than his, a novice emptiness realm expert. At the same time, Lu Xia, Huang Tianqin come out. A loud and forceful voice resounded throughout King Yu's city. It sounded like the angry rebuke of a deity. The millions of citizens of Imperial Yu City, as well as the tourists and merchants from all over the world, stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky in astonishment. At this moment, many people in Imperial Yu City saw a huge, flame-like godly bird hovering high in the sky. Even though it was too far away, many people couldn't see the person on the back of the godly bird. The undying phoenix. It's the undying phoenix. The godly beast, fiery phoenix. Immediately, countless people exclaimed, "The undying phoenix is here. Tung Qingshan must be here." Almost instantly, the streets of Imperial Yu City were filled with citizens looking up. In the past 17 years, the legend of Tung Qingshan had spread through the streets and alleys. Who didn't know the relationship between Tung Qingshan and the undying phoenix? For example, the undying phoenix followed the omnipotent expert, Li Taibai. Now, when the undying phoenix was mentioned, everyone would naturally think of Tung Qingshan. Xiao. Tung Qingshan stood on the back of the undying phoenix and looked down at the huge city below. At the same time, he let out this angry roar. A beam of light from Emperor Yu's Hall rapidly shuttled between the buildings in the city and rushed out of the city. Tung Qingshan smiled coldly. This time, he came to make an example out of Emperor Yu's Hall. He wanted to use Emperor Yu's Hall as an example to intimidate the other sects in the world. If he didn't make a ruckus and let more people know about it, how could it serve as a deterrent to the other sects and serve as a warning to the others? As expected of the oldest sect, I didn't expect that Emperor Yu's Hall would have another emptiness realm expert in the past 17 years. However, judging from his aura, he's just an emptiness realm expert who has just comprehended the water elemental Tao. Tung Qingshan could rely on the speed of the undying phoenix to rob and kill him. But he didn't. He must have gone to find Huang Tianqin and Lu Xia. The undying phoenix flapped its wings and quickly followed the fleeing emptiness realm expert of Emperor Yu's Hall. Outside Emperor Yu's Hall was the Blind Bear Mountain Range. The true foundation of Emperor Yu's Hall was actually here in the dozen or so seemingly ordinary palaces. Lu Xia, Huang Tianqin come out. That voice also traveled to the Blind Bear Mountain Range. Lu Xia, dressed in a green cloak, and Huang Tianqin, dressed in a yellow cloak, dashed out of the sacred palace and hovered in midair. They immediately saw a beam of light rushing towards them. It was their junior, the third emptiness realm expert of Emperor Yu's hall, Yufeng. The two flew to the top of the nearest mountain. Yufeng's figure flashed, and he landed on the top of the mountain. Elder Lu Xia, Elder Huang. Yufeng glared at the fiery red beam of light flying towards them from the southeast. That should be the undying phoenix. Tung Qingshan is here. Yes, it's Tung Qingshan. Huang Tianqin's gaze turned cold. At the side, Lu Xia's face darkened. He said in a deep voice, "This Tung Qingshan actually dared to shout our names above Imperial Yu City. He really doesn't respect Emperor Yu's hall at all. This time, if we don't teach this Tung Qingshan a lesson, everyone in the land of the 9 prefectures will look down on Emperor Yu's hall. This time, I want to see why this Tung Qingshan is so arrogant." Huang Tianqin was also furious. This time, it was even more embarrassing than the last time. This was equivalent to being kicked in the door. If they showed any weakness, the martial ancestor would lose all face. Huh! A loud laughter came from afar. The undying phoenix was hovering in midair. The white-cloaked Tung Qingshan stood on the undying phoenix and held the reincarnation spear in his hand. He looked at the 3 emptiness realm experts of Emperor Yu's hall who were standing on an ordinary mountain. Lu Xia, Huang Tianqin. The two of you should know why I'm here this time, right? Tung Qingshan stared at the 3 people in the distance. It was obvious that the 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. The yellow-cloaked Huang Tianqin, who was the leader, said in a clear and cold voice, "Tung Qingshan, your Xing Yi sect and Emperor Yu's hall have never interfered with each other. However, you, Tung Qingshan, have provoked Emperor Yu's hall time and time again. Do you think that Emperor Yu's hall is so easy to bully? If you can't give us a reason today, don't even think about leaving this mountain range alive." The other 2 also stared at Tung Qingshan coldly. At this moment, 3 of the 4 people were on top of a mountain. On the other side, Tung Qingshan was on the back of the undying phoenix in midair. In the Blind Bear Mountain range, many demonic beasts and elite disciples of Emperor Yu's hall were looking up at the 3 people in the sky. Although it was still morning, the scorching summer sun was extremely scorching. The entire Blind Bear Mountain range was already filled with hot air. However, all the disciples were looking up. Reason: Tung Qingshan was so angry that he laughed. He glared at the 3 people on top of the mountain and said, "Today, I will tell you a reason. Last year, Emperor Yu's hall framed and kidnapped a disciple of the branch of internal martial art. Since ancient times, I have never heard of such a thing. Which sect would kidnap a disciple by force?" As soon as Tung Qingshan said this, Lu Xia couldn't help but shout, "Tung Qingshan, this happened last year. Moreover, the people we captured all have witnesses and material evidence." Tung Qingshan smiled coldly. Witnesses and material evidence? To the emptiness realm experts who stood at the peak of the land of the 9 prefectures, the so-called witnesses and material evidence could be fabricated. However, Tung Qingshan understood what Lu Xia meant. Emperor Yu's hall had been scolded by him last year and lost face. Emperor Yu's hall didn't retaliate. Lu Xia obviously meant that both sides were even. All right, let's not talk about this for now. At the beginning of this year, in the region of Yinzhou, a team of escorts from the Qingshan Enterprise Hall specialized in escorting internal martial art cultivators. There were over 1,000 disciples who wanted to join the Xing Yi sect. However, halfway through the journey, they were attacked by a mysterious army. When Tung Qingshan said this, the 3 members of Emperor Yu's hall froze. They were clearly confused. Those disciples were all teenagers. They were all youths who dreamed of being heroes. They had not really started cultivating. "I didn't expect that Emperor Yu's hall would do such a thing," Tung Qingshan said angrily. "Nonsense. Emperor Yu's hall didn't do such a thing," Huang Tianqin shouted from afar. How can you deny it?" Tung Qingshan took out a stack of papers from his bosom and tossed them out. Enveloped by the power of the heavens and the earth, the stack of papers shot toward the 3 members of Emperor Yu's hall like a ball of light. The Xing Yi sect has already investigated the situation. The leaders of this troop that wants to slaughter over 1,000 disciples of the Xingyi sect are Guo Jieshio and Gan Zitao. Do you dare to say that these two people aren't members of Emperor Yu's hall? Huang Tianqin and the other two took the paper and looked at it doubtfully. I didn't expect Emperor Yu's hall to be so ruthless. Apart from the second matter, there's also the third matter. Tung Qingshan shouted coldly. Recently, Emperor Yu's hall stole an important secret technique of the Xingyi sect, the ninth Emperor Cannon Fist. Now, there are still many people in Emperor Yu's hall who are cultivating the ninth Emperor Cannon Fist. Just now, when I was high up in the sky, I saw someone in Emperor Yu's hall practicing the ninth Emperor Cannon Fist with my own eyes. You have nothing to say about this, right? Tung Qingshan's two facts made the three people on the distant mountain feel even more angry and sullen. In the Blind Bear Mountain range, many disciples raised their heads and looked at the scene. They were all shocked and confused. Did Emperor Yu's hall really send people to kill over 1,000 cultivators of the internal martial art? It can't be. Every cultivator had their own dreams, so slaughtering a group of youths who had yet to truly start cultivating was a laughingstock. The elite disciples of Emperor Yu's hall couldn't believe it. Tung Qingshan's continuous questioning was very imposing. However, the people of Emperor Yu's hall quickly sorted out their thoughts. Haha, Tung Qingshan, you said that Emperor Yu's hall robbed and killed over 1,000 cultivators of the internal martial art? This is pure nonsense. Even if Guo Jieshio and Gan Zitao were among them, they might have been bribed by outsiders. Moreover, I suspect that this evidence was fabricated by the Xingyi sect. Huang Tianqin sneered. Tung Qingshan's face darkened. Emperor Yu's hall has a glib tongue. However, you stole the secret technique of the Xingyi sect. You have nothing to say, right? Tung Qingshan's voice spread. Stole? Huang Tianqin sneered. Back then, the Xingyi sect spread a secret technique called the tiger form fist art and sold it at a high price. Emperor Yu's hall also bought a secret technique of the tiger form fist art at a high price. This time, the ninth Emperor Cannon Fist was also bought by Emperor Yu's hall with a large sum of money. Why? Emperor Yu's hall bought the secret technique last time, and now we are buying it again. We are neither stealing nor stealing. What's wrong with that? Huang Tianqin said in an imposing manner. Shameless. Tung Qingshan suddenly roared. Huang Tianqin was so angry that his face turned purple. The ninth Emperor Cannon Fist was created by me, Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan sneered and said, "This is my fist art. Emperor Yu's hall dared to be so arrogant in front of me without my permission. You said it in a dignified manner. You are really shameless." Tung Qingshan was not an ordinary person. He was the founder of the branch of internal martial art. He was the one who created this fist art. Huang Tianqin, Lu Xia, and Yufeng were so angry that they didn't know what to say. Emperor Yu's hall bought this secret technique at a high price. We have a clear conscience. Tung Qingshan, don't you dare cause trouble in Emperor Yu's hall, Lu Xia shouted. Huang Tianqin, who was at the side, said coldly, Tung Qingshan, look carefully. This is Emperor Yu's hall. It's not a place where you, Tung Qingshan, can behave atrociously. Silence. The entire mountain range was silent. Even the black bears seemed to be shocked by the imposing manner of the emptiness realm experts. None of the black bears dared to roar. On the back of the undying phoenix, the white-cloaked Tung Qingshan remained silent for a long time. Then he grinned and said, "Since you are being unreasonable, it seems that I still have to rely on my fists." The facial expressions of Huang Tianqin and the other two emptiness realm experts changed drastically. Chapter 561. Since the establishment of Emperor Yu's hall over 6,000 years ago, there had indeed been people who dashed to the entrance of Emperor Yu's hall and argued with them. However, there were very few people who dared to make a ruckus in Emperor Yu's hall. Previously, both sides were just talking, but if they were to fight, it would be a matter of life and death. Moreover, The land of the nine prefectures was very afraid of Emperor Yu's hall. Not many people dared to cause trouble in Emperor Yu's hall. Tung Shan, what are you doing? Huang Tianqin couldn't help but shout. Lucia and Yufeng were also ready, staring at Tung Shan. What for? Tung Shan smiled coldly and pointed at Huang Tianqin and the other two. I, Tung Shan, am not a troublemaker, but I won't let anyone bully me either. All of you listen up. I, Tung Shan, have created many secret manuals of the branch of internal martial art. Apart from the tiger form fist art, the other secret manuals of the Xingyi sect are all secret manuals that the Xingyi sect does not teach to outsiders. Anyone who stealthily learns the secret manuals of the internal martial art will become the enemy of the Xingyi sect. Today, Emperor Yu's hall stole the cultivation technique of the Xingyi sect. Tomorrow, another sect will steal another cultivation technique. If this goes on, what will happen? Tung Shan held his long spear horizontally and said, Since Emperor Yu's hall stole the cultivation technique of the Xingyi sect, I will first destroy the sacred palace of Emperor Yu's hall. Then, I will destroy the many palaces of Emperor Yu's hall. As soon as Tung Shan finished speaking, he let out a cry. The undying phoenix, Little Blue, immediately flew towards the sacred palace not far away. Impudent! How dare you? Stop! Huang Tianqin, Lucia, and Yufeng shouted at the same time. Destroy the sanctum and destroy many palaces? How could this be? Yufeng, step aside. Huang Tianqin shouted using the sound transmission technique. If Yufeng, who had just attained the emptiness realm, fought with Tung Shan, he would be courting death. At the same time, Huang Tianqin wielded a thick, purplish-black war blade, while Lu Xia wielded a shockingly large axe that looked a little like the splitting mountain axe. Xiao! Xiao! Huang Tianqin and Lu Xia flew over with divine weapons in their hands. Haha, good timing. Tung Shan leaped off the back of the undying phoenix, Little Blue. At the same time, he shouted with a voice transmission. Why? Do you want to fight 2 against 1? All right. You don't have the qualifications. Huang Tianqin stopped in the direction in which Tung Shan was heading towards the sacred palace. Simultaneously, he sneered and said, Tung Shan, today, I will let you have a taste of the power of the axe technique passed down in the heavenly book of the 9 cauldrons of Emperor Yu's hall. Beside him, Lu Xia, who held a battle axe in his hand, had already charged towards Tung Shan. One-on-one. Even now, the people of Emperor Yu's hall still cared about their reputation. Moreover, they were not blindly arrogant. They had cultivated the heavenly book of the 9 cauldrons and reached the culmination of the emptiness realm. He could unleash the full power of 120% of the power of the heavens and earth. This was the peak of the emptiness realm culmination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Tung Shan to lose to another emptiness realm culmination expert. Unfortunately, their opponent was Tung Shan. Tung Shan could also unleash 120% of the power of the heavens and earth. Moreover, his physical strength was equivalent to 10% of the power of the heavens and earth. In other words, Tung Shan's limit was 130% of the power of the heavens and earth. And this 10% was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Xia, who was like a shooting star in the sky, raised his godly axe with both hands like Pangu, who split the heavens and earth apart in the legends. At this moment, the vigorous power of the heavens and earth seemed to have turned the surrounding sky dark and turbid. In this world, only the godly axe in Lu Xia's hands remained. The blade of the axe still had an inconspicuous flowing light. Break! Tung Shan roared. The reincarnation spear in his hand suddenly moved. Rumble, roar. For a moment, the roar of a tiger reverberated in the mountain range. An illusory image of a tiger's head hovered above the tip of Tung Shan's reincarnation spear, brazenly blocking Lu Xia's extremely powerful axe. 5 elemental spear technique. Vermilion tiger roar. Among the 5 moves of Tung Shan's 5 elemental spear technique, Only one move, Toxic Dragon Drill, could display its peak power. With 120% of the power of the heavens and earth combined with his physical strength, Tung Qingshan could reach 130%. As for the other four moves, he could only display 110% of the power of the heavens and earth. With the addition of his physical strength, he could only display 120%. The Vermilion Tiger Roar contained 120% of the power of the heavens and earth. Bang! The long spear and the godly axe clashed in midair. An explosion sounded out of nowhere, and a strong shock wave spread in all directions like ripples. The entire space trembled, and the trees, flowers, and various huge rocks at the side were instantly shaken into powder. A thick layer of the surface of the surrounding mountains was cut, as if one was cutting hair, leaving only bare rocks. Dodge! Dodge! The elite disciples of Emperor Yu's Hall, who had been watching the battle, and the black bears who had raised their heads to watch, were so frightened that they ran in all directions, tried to avoid the battlefield of the Emptiness Realm Culmination Expert. As for the Emptiness Realm Expert, Yu Feng, he hastily ordered, hide further away. Stay at least one li away from them. Because of this move, Tung Qingshan and Lu Xia, who had both been shaken away, retreated several zhang and stood in midair again. Tung Qingshan, I didn't expect your spear art to be so powerful. Lu Xia endured the shock of the blood and qi in his body and laughed as he praised. After all, there had never been an omnipotent expert who used a long spear in history. It was obvious that this powerful spear art was created by Tung Qingshan. Lu Xia couldn't help but admire Tung Qingshan. He thought to himself that Tung Qingshan was indeed an incredible genius. Your axe art is also not bad. With a swift movement, Tung Qingshan flew toward Lu Xia from a high altitude. What? He doesn't need a rest? Lu Xia was shocked. Just now, 120% of the power of the heavens and earth collided head-on. If Lu Xia hadn't controlled the rebounding force, he would have spat out a mouthful of blood. It was like two ordinary people smashing their iron rods at each other with all their strength. The iron rods collided. The force of the tremors made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Lu Xia knew that Tung Qingshan, the creator of the internal martial art, had a strong body. However, Lu Xia only knew that ordinary cultivators of the internal martial art had the strength of a few thousand jin. However, this rebounding force acted on the internal organs. Ordinary cultivators of the internal martial art only had strong muscles. Even if they reached the Grandmaster realm, they would only be able to train their muscles, bones, and control their blood and qi. The internal organs still hadn't been truly strengthened. Only his physical strength had reached 800,000 jin, and he had reached the late stage of the supreme force. Only then would the internal organs be strengthened to the same level as the bones and muscles. Even stronger than the dark steel. This was the true, perfect body. Both the inside and the outside were perfect. Only then could the internal organs not have any problems under the rebounding force of 120% of the power of the heavens and earth. Even the eldest disciple of Tung Qingshan, Tung Shou, had only reached the late stage of the supreme force, but his physical strength had only reached 500,000 jin. It was still slowly increasing and had yet to reach perfection. Therefore, very few people knew the secret of the perfect body. At least, the people of Emperor Yu's Hall didn't know. In the sky above the Blind Bear Mountain range, Tung Qingshan was like an enraged devil god. With a godly spear in his hand, he continuously attacked Lu Xia, one spear after another. It was like the water of the Milky Way had burst its dike, pouring down endlessly. Pooh! Lu Xia barely managed to block 3 spears. On the 4th spear, the impact caused Lu Xia to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Why is he not injured at all? Lu Xia couldn't help but wail in his heart. He couldn't care less about his pride and turned to flee. Lu Xia, don't run. Tung Qingshan shouted coldly and chased after Lu Xia at an extreme speed. What's going on? Huang Tianqin, who was also an emptiness realm culmination expert, who was watching the battle from his side, changed his facial expression and immediately dashed over. Then, he stood beside Lucia. The two emptiness realm culmination experts had finally teamed up. Tung Qing Shan stopped in midair. The three emptiness realm culmination experts faced each other in midair. What's wrong? Teaming up again? Tung Qing Shan glanced at the two and said, "Didn't you say that one person is enough to deal with me? And you said that I'm not qualified?" Huang Tianqin and Lucia's facial expressions turned ugly. "Lucia, what's going on? How did you lose?" Huang Tianqin hastily asked with the use of the sound transmission technique. Huang Tianqin had been watching from the side, so he couldn't tell how powerful the attacks of Tung Qing Shan and Lucia were. "Freak!" Lucia's facial expression turned ugly as he hastily replied with the use of the sound transmission technique. "Martial uncle, I used my ultimate technique in the first move. I wanted to defeat Tung Qing Shan in one go. However, I didn't expect that Tung Qing Shan's spear art would also have 120% of the power of the heavens and the earth." "What?" Huang Tianqin was shocked. "That's not all. He actually used 120% of the power of the spear art. He could actually use one move after another without stopping. He didn't seem to feel the strong, rebounding force. It's as if, yes, just like an insightful emptiness realm expert," Lucia said. "An insightful emptiness realm expert will use the power of his world to strengthen his body to the extreme." Huang Tianqin couldn't believe it either. This Tung Qing Shan is obviously not an insightful emptiness realm expert. Both of them could sense Tung Qing Shan's aura. The aura of an emptiness realm expert was completely different from the aura of an insightful emptiness realm expert. "Have you two thought about how you are going to fight?" Tung Qing Shan glanced at Huang Tianqin and Lucia. He held the long spear in his hand horizontally. The tip of the reincarnation spear reflected a cold golden light under the sunlight. "Tung Qing Shan, don't be too arrogant," Huang Tianqin sneered. Whoosh, whoosh. Huang Tianqin and Lucia dashed towards Tung Qing Shan from two different angles at the same time. Finally, they couldn't care less about their pride and decided to team up. No matter if it was Tung Qing Shan's side or Emperor Yu's Hall's side, they didn't send their emptiness realm demonic beasts out. Obviously, both sides were very confident in themselves. "I can defeat both of you." Under the sunlight, Tung Qing Shan's huge hands looked like they were made of iron. With the reincarnation spear in his hand, the long spear instantly transformed into spear shadows. It was as if trees filled with vitality had suddenly sprouted from the vast earth. Tung Qing Shan's spear shadows rushed towards them. At the same time, Lucia and Huang Tianqin could feel the vitality rushing towards them. It was as if they were drowned in an endless forest. "Puchi, Puchi." Tung Qing Shan's powerful hands were unscrupulously displaying the move, pursuing shadow. Moreover, Tung Qing Shan seemed to explode with his strongest power with every move. Bang! Bang! Tung Qing Shan seemed to have gone crazy as he attacked wantonly. Lucia and Huang Tianqin, who had joined hands, seemed to be on the verge of collapsing in front of Tung Qing Shan's attacks. "Pooh!" Lucia, who was already injured, spat out another mouthful of blood. He was sent flying and smashed into a mountain in the distance. "You get lost too," Tung Qing Shan roared. Tung Qing Shan changed his spear art and performed the technique Splitting Mountain. He raised the reincarnation spear high and smashed it towards Huang Tianqin, whose face had already turned red. Here's the second chapter. Continue writing, brothers. Give me your monthly votes. Chapter 562. Huang Tianqin suppressed the boiling blood in his body. When he saw the spear smashing down, his expression changed. Not good, it's force. However, Huang Tianqin knew how to deal with this kind of force. Immediately, he spun the thick purple-black saber in his hand and used the back of the saber to block Tung Qing Shan's spear. Buzz! There was a strange sound of collision. Huang Tianqin gritted his teeth, and his face turned even redder. The back of the saber was also flowing with colorful light, which completely offset Tung Qingshan's force. Pooh! This kind of silent resistance made Huang Tianqin feel even more uncomfortable than the ferocious force from before. He immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and retreated explosively. The expression of Lu Xia, who was also injured, changed. Martial uncle! He hastily flew over. Within the Blind Bear Mountain range, the sunlight grew increasingly intense. However, the elite disciples of Emperor Yu's hall felt a chill in their hearts. None of them dared to believe it. We lost. The two grandmasters actually lost, even after joining hands? How could he lose? The Emptiness Realm expert Yu Feng couldn't believe it as well. His opponent is just an Emptiness Realm expert, not an insightful Emptiness Realm expert. From ancient times until now, such a thing had never happened in Emperor Yu's hall. He was defeated by an Emptiness Realm culmination expert? Could it be that we have to ask the Honorable One for help just because of an Emptiness Realm culmination? Tung Qingshan landed on the ground from midair. He glanced at Huang Tianqin and Lu Xia, who were standing together with pale faces. You stole the cultivation technique of the Xing Yi sect, yet you don't want to admit it. Tung Qingshan sneered and said, "That's right. Emperor Yu's hall might have gotten used to being domineering over the past 6,000 years. However, I, Tung Qingshan, cannot bear to see others bully me." As he spoke, Tung Qingshan carried his reincarnation spear and walked towards the seven-floored sacred palace. Destroy temple first. He then entered Imperial Yu City and destroyed a few palaces of Emperor Yu's hall. This was what Tung Qingshan wanted to do. If he wanted to hit him, he had to hit him until it hurt. He wanted to let all the sects know the consequences of stealing the cultivation technique of the Xing Yi sect. Stop! Huang Tianqin couldn't help but shout. What, you want to stop me? Tung Qingshan was not in a hurry. He walked towards the holy temple at a normal pace. Stop me if you can. If you're courting death, I don't mind sending you off. Tung Qingshan walked towards the sacred palace. At the same time, he paid attention to his surroundings and observed his surroundings with his domain. The trump card of Emperor Yu's hall. Tung Qingshan didn't dare to be careless. He was going to destroy the sacred palace. The trump card of Emperor Yu's hall was about to be revealed. What kind of trump card could allow Emperor Yu's hall to exist for 6,000 years? Moreover, when the heavenly emperor of the Qin Mountains unified the world, Emperor Yu's hall disappeared. After the heavenly emperor of the Qin Mountains passed away, Emperor Yu's hall quickly rose again. On what basis? Tung Qingshan pondered as he walked towards the sacred hall. They clearly knew that Tung Qingshan was going to destroy the holy temple, but no one went to stop Tung Qingshan. How could this be? Holy temple. Is the holy temple really going to be destroyed? Impossible. Some of the elite disciples were in a state of confusion. They had been taught since they were young that Emperor Yu's hall was powerful. None of the sects were able to shake them. But today's scene had undoubtedly shaken the absolute confidence that they had cultivated for a long time. Martial uncle, Elder Huang, the two Emptiness Realm experts, Lu Xia and Yu Feng, looked at Huang Tianqin anxiously. Huang Tianqin had to agree to ask the Honorable One. Huang Tianqin was the leader of this generation of Emperor Yu's hall. Huang Tianqin clenched his fists tightly and closed his eyes. He was in pain. However, even with his eyes closed, he could clearly feel the powerful aura of Tung Qingshan approaching the sacred palace. Do I really have to ask the Honorable One for help? How many years has it been? Do I have to ask the Honorable One for help in my generation? In the historical records of Emperor Yu's hall, if they were forced to ask the Honorable One for help, it meant that this generation of disciples of Emperor Yu's hall was too useless. To be forced to ask the Honorable One for help was a humiliation in Emperor Yu's hall. It meant that he was incompetent. Do I have to invite the Venerable One now? I, Huang Tianqin, am facing an Emptiness Realm culmination expert. I was forced to ask the Venerable One? Huang Tianqin kept asking himself in his heart. He was in great pain. If Pei San of the Heavenly God Palace had come, Huang Tianqin would not have felt so pained and blamed himself. However, Tung Qingshan was merely an emptiness realm culmination expert. There had never been such a case in the history of Emperor Yu's Hall. He was forced by an emptiness realm culmination expert to ask an honorable one for help. Oh no. For a moment, Huang Tianqin's mind was in chaos, and all kinds of emotions filled his heart. Anger, humiliation, regret. Asterisk, 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 asterisk with the reincarnation spear in hand, Tung Qingshan walked towards the sacred palace step by step. "Stop right there," someone shouted. Tung Qingshan glanced at the young man in front of him and couldn't help but grin. "Little guy, don't try to be a hero here. This is not the time to be a hero." With this, Tung Qingshan ignored the young man and continued walking towards him. At the same time, the powerful power of the heavens and earth surrounded his body. With a bang sound, the young man was thrown away and fell not far away. Senior Marshal Brother. Junior Marshal Brother. Immediately, many people rushed over and helped the young man up. Tung Qingshan didn't even look at the young man and continued walking towards the sacred palace. Only 50 zhang was left. 40 zhang, 30 zhang, 20 zhang. The distance between Tung Qingshan and Tung Qingshan was shrinking. The eyes of the elite disciples were burning with anger. Where's the trump card? Where's the trump card of Emperor Yu's Hall? The closer Tung Qingshan got, the more nervous he became. He was ready to attack at any moment. 15 zhang, 10 zhang, 9 zhang, 8 zhang. The door of the sacred palace was already in front of him. Tung Qingshan had already stepped onto the stairs, and a smile had already appeared on his face. Suddenly, "Young man, stop!" A deep and resounding voice echoed in the surroundings. Tung Qingshan was shocked. This voice definitely didn't belong to Huang Tianqin, Lu Xia, or Yufeng. However, this technique was obviously using the sound transmission technique. At the very least, an emptiness realm expert could do this. "You should be..." Tung Qingshan looked around and said, "You should be the reason why Emperor Yu's Hall has existed for 6,000 years and has never fallen." However, Tung Qingshan didn't notice that the moment the deep and resounding voice sounded, Huang Tianqin, who had his eyes closed and appeared to be in pain, suddenly trembled. "The reason why Emperor Yu's Hall has never fallen." The deep and resounding voice continued. "You can say that." Tung Qingshan's facial expression changed. He turned to look at Huang Tianqin. In the domain, Huang Tianqin's aura had actually changed. The colorful and vigorous aura from before gradually became obscure, rapidly developing into a black hole. "Honorable One." Suddenly, a voice sounded. "You don't have to do anything." Huang Tianqin, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Tung Qingshan. "Congratulations, Marshal Uncle. You have finally succeeded." Lu Xia, who was at the side, said happily. "Congratulations, Elder Huang," Yufeng said excitedly. Huang Tianqin was the leader of this generation of Emperor Yu's Hall because Huang Tianqin had the best aptitude. At that time, he had also reached the Void Mastery stage much earlier than Yu Tonghai and Lu Xia. After he reached the Emptiness Realm culmination, Huang Tianqin had been cultivating diligently. He had often gained enlightenment and improved continuously. However, he had never been able to reach the insightful Emptiness Realm. Unexpectedly, this time, the mental pressure and the relief he felt after the Honorable One spoke had actually allowed him to pass the final stage. He had finally broken through the barrier of the Emptiness Realm culmination and reached the insightful Emptiness Realm. Insightful Emptiness Realm. Tung Qingshan observed Huang Tianqin. At this moment, Huang Tianqin no longer had the aura of an Emptiness Realm expert. Instead, he had the aura of a black hole, just like Pei San and Qin Shiqi. However, in comparison, the black hole formed by Huang Tianqin's aura was much stronger. Obviously, he was much smaller than Qin Shiqi and Pei San. "I didn't expect this." Tung Qingshan looked at Huang Tianqin and smiled. I didn't expect you to break through the emptiness realm culmination and reach the insightful emptiness realm at this time. I'm impressed. I have to thank you too. Huang Tianqin looked at Tung Qingshan. Thank me? Tung Qingshan smiled and said, Huang Tianqin. Actually, I've always been curious about the strength of the insightful emptiness realm. As far as I know, when you first stepped into the insightful emptiness realm, you were able to use your full strength. There was no time to strengthen his body. In other words, you are much weaker than Pei San and the others. Secondly, you can only be considered to have just stepped into the insightful emptiness realm. Even if I've just stepped into it, even if my body hasn't become stronger, I can still defeat you. Huang Tianqin's eyes shone brightly as he held the purplish-black blade in his hand. On the other hand, Tung Qingshan was filled with the desire to fight. The blood in his body was boiling. When he defeated Huang Tianqin and Lu Xia, he didn't even use his most powerful technique, the 5-elemental toxic dragon drill. He has just reached the insightful emptiness realm. Moreover, the insightful emptiness realm experts are suppressed by the land of the 9 prefectures. Moreover, his body hasn't been strengthened yet. Tung Qingshan thought to himself, as for me, I should be the strongest emptiness realm culmination expert in history. My body has become as strong as the insightful emptiness realm expert. Plus, I have the Hong Tian godly armor. I am strong enough to fight him. Even Pei San. When Tung Qingshan's palm hit Yu Shijin, the emptiness realm expert of Hong Tian City, Yu Shijin endured for a long time before he died. I have the Hong Tian godly armor, so my body is much stronger than Yu Shijin's. Even if Pei San hit me, he wouldn't be able to kill me. Not to mention Huang Tianqin. This is a rare opportunity, a chance to fight with an insightful emptiness realm expert. I will fight with the weakest insightful emptiness realm expert. First, I will feel what the insightful emptiness realm is. Perhaps it will be helpful for me to reach the insightful emptiness realm. Tung Qingshan's eyes shone brightly with the desire to fight. In the distance, Lu Xia and Yu Feng stared at each other blankly. An emptiness realm culmination expert actually dared to challenge an insightful emptiness realm expert. Tung Qingshan, I will show you that even if you have just reached the insightful emptiness realm, you can still defeat any emptiness realm culmination expert. Huang Tianqin gathered his strength and glared at Tung Qingshan. Haha, show me all the techniques you have. Tung Qingshan held his long spear horizontally and pointed the tip of the spear at Huang Tianqin. The strongest emptiness realm culmination expert and the weakest insightful emptiness realm expert. Who was stronger and who was weaker? This is the end of the 3rd chapter. There is still the 4th chapter. Brothers, the monthly votes are coming. The more monthly votes we have, the more powerful Tung Qingshan will be. Chapter 563. All of you, retreat further away. The emptiness realm expert, Yu Feng, hastily ordered the elite disciples of Emperor Yu's hall. This group of elite disciples was puzzled as to why their grandmaster was still fighting after being defeated previously. However, he still quickly retreated into the distance. To them, it didn't matter if it was a battle between emptiness realm experts or a battle between emptiness realm experts and insightful emptiness realm experts. The shockwave wasn't something that these elite disciples, who were only at the post-liminary realm, could withstand. In front of the sacred palace, Tung Qingshan and Huang Tianqin were ready to fight. One of them had reached emptiness realm culmination, while the other had just attained insightful emptiness realm. The 2 emptiness realm experts, Yu Feng and Lu Xia, stood on the steps of the sacred palace to prevent the shockwaves from the battle from damaging the sacred palace. An emptiness realm culmination expert actually dares to fight against an insightful emptiness realm expert? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Lu Xia was extremely confident in his martial uncle. Let's see how Tung Qingshan embarrasses himself. Yu Feng was very relaxed. Common sense told everyone that, In a battle between insightful Emptiness Realm experts and Emptiness Realm experts, insightful Emptiness Realm experts would definitely win. Suddenly, Tung Qingshan's eyes brightened and his aura exploded. His entire body instantly became blurry, leaving only an afterimage that gradually dissipated. Tung Qingshan held the reincarnation spear in his hand and dashed towards the insightful Emptiness Realm expert, Huang Tianqin, with a courageous and ferocious aura. Immediately, Tung Qingshan thrust the spear. The spear thrust forward, as if a vortex had appeared out of thin air. You overestimate yourself. Huang Tianqin smiled and waved the thick-backed purple-black saber in his hand confidently. For a moment, the saber drew a mysterious arc and instantly chopped at Tung Qingshan's spear. At the same time, the saber's momentum changed slightly, trying to cut off Tung Qingshan's left hand that was holding the spear. It's indeed different. Tung Qingshan's eyes lit up, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he immediately changed the pursuing shadow into the transmutation unity law. It was as if a huge millstone had appeared out of thin air, as heavy as the earth. Clang! Huang Tianqin's blade was blocked. Tung Qingshan had already retreated several hundred feet away, but Huang Tianqin had not taken a single step back. The difference in strength was obvious. All right, awesome. Yu Feng and Lu Xia, who were watching from the side, revealed looks of joy. Tung Qingshan is too arrogant. It's time to let him know that there's always someone better out there. Lu Xia sneered at Tung Qingshan. After Tung Qingshan retreated, he laughed out loud and said, "Great blade technique. As expected of an insightful Emptiness Realm expert. Your spear technique is also not bad." Huang Tianqin smiled indifferently. "But today, you will lose without a doubt." As he spoke, Huang Tianqin's entire body flashed, and he rushed towards Tung Qingshan. Moreover, compared to before, Huang Tianqin's movement technique was much more mysterious. Boom! Tung Qingshan charged forward again. Bang! 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 Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Tung Qingshan was pushed back again and again. However, every time he was pushed back, he would rush forward and fight with the insightful Emptiness Realm expert, Huang Tianqin. Everyone could see that Tung Qingshan was obviously at a disadvantage. I have just reached the insightful Emptiness Realm, and my body has not become stronger. Strength, compared to when I reached the Emptiness Realm culmination. It's only 10% stronger. What a pity. If I had 1 or 2 years to strengthen my body completely, the strength of my body would be equivalent to 10% of the power of the heavens and the earth. By then, I would be able to ignore the rebounding force and attack crazily. I might even be able to kill Tung Qingshan. Now, I can only defeat him, but I can't kill him. Huang Tianqin sighed to himself. Indeed, the strength of an insightful Emptiness Realm expert increased step by step. From the Emptiness Realm culmination to the insightful Emptiness Realm, the improvement was not much. However, even if it was not much, with the strengthening of his body, he could still kill an Emptiness Realm culmination expert. Rumble, a great amount of strength shot out in all directions, and Tung Qingshan was pushed back again. Tung Qingshan, admit defeat. Huang Tianqin's voice reverberated in the forest. Tung Qingshan, at this stage, why don't you admit defeat? Are you still not going to admit defeat? Lu Xia shouted from afar. Huang Tianqin suddenly realized that Tung Qingshan, who had been ravaged by him time and time again, actually had a smile on his face. So that's how it is. That's how it is. Tung Qingshan was overjoyed, breaking through from the Emptiness Realm culmination to the insightful Emptiness Realm. So that's how it is. Complete perfection and balance. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. It's like a circle from the beginning to the end, and then to the beginning again. Complete perfection and gentleness. Tung Qingshan was not a masochist. He went up again and again to fight with Huang Tianqin. He wanted to feel the uniqueness of an insightful emptiness realm expert. Luck. Luck. How lucky. My biggest gain from coming to Emperor Yu's Hall this time is to fight with Huang Tianqin. I was able to fight with Huang Tianqin. Tung Qingshan was extremely excited. Huang Tianqin has just reached the insightful emptiness realm. His realm is only slightly higher than mine. That's why I'm able to sense his realm by exchanging blows with him time and time again. If his cultivation level is much higher than mine, I won't be able to understand it. Tung Qingshan understood this point. It was like a child who had just learned how to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Of course, it was easy to teach him 10, 1, 12, 13. However, if he was suddenly taught extremely complicated calculations, he wouldn't be able to understand. If Pei San fought with Tung Qingshan, even if Pei San didn't injure Tung Qingshan wouldn't be able to understand the realm of Pei San's moves. However, Huang Tianqin had just reached the insightful emptiness realm, and his cultivation level was just slightly higher than Tung Qingshan's. Tung Qingshan tried to understand it carefully, and he could figure it out. Ha, again. Are you afraid? Tung Qingshan laughed loudly and dashed forward again with his reincarnation spear in his hand. Madman. Huang Tianqin cursed in his heart. He tried his best to use his most powerful saber art to defeat Tung Qingshan. However, he didn't expect Tung Qingshan to become even more excited. This is the insightful emptiness realm. When I go back, I must go into seclusion. I believe that I am not far from the insightful emptiness realm. I'm not far from the insightful emptiness realm. Tung Qingshan was extremely excited. He was indeed not far from the insightful emptiness realm. It was already amazing that he could demonstrate the 5 elemental Daos with his fist art. Then he developed the 5 elemental toxic dragon drill. Tung Qingshan was actually only one step away from the insightful emptiness realm. However, he was still confused and didn't know how to break through. Now, Huang Tianqin pointed Tung Qingshan in the right direction and told Tung Qingshan to go in this direction. Once you take this step, you will be in the insightful emptiness realm. How could Tung Qingshan not be excited? Go into seclusion. I will definitely go into seclusion when I go back. Tung Qingshan wanted to go into seclusion and start cultivating. Huang Tianqin's face darkened. He was starting to get angry. He had never seen such a shameless emptiness realm expert. The situation was clear. Huang Tianqin was suppressing Tung Qingshan, but because Tung Qingshan could resist the force of the recoil, he was pushed back again and again. This made it so that no matter how hard Huang Tianqin fought, he couldn't kill Tung Qingshan. It was a waste of time to continue fighting like this. Tung Qingshan, you are no match for me. Why are you pestering me? Huang Tianqin shouted angrily. Ha! Tung Qingshan laughed loudly. Huang Tianqin, I am no match for you? Then try taking another spear strike from me. As soon as he finished speaking, Tung Qingshan focused all his attention on the reincarnation spear. Huang Tianqin's facial expression changed slightly. For a moment, the surroundings seemed to have turned into a roaring ocean. Only the long spear remained in the center of the ocean. This long spear carried the boundless power of the ocean and pierced towards Huang Tianqin with a terrifying aura that could tear the heavens and the earth apart. Umph! Huang Tianqin humphed angrily and held his saber with both hands. The saber and the spear clashed. Bang! A deep sound that sounded like the beating of a drum rang out. Huang Tianqin's entire body was blasted flying, and then he smashed against a damaged palace behind him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Rumble! The palace collapsed with a bang, and for a time, dust filled the air. Bang! Tung Qingshan was also sent flying and crashed into a nearby mountain rock, causing it to explode. However, Tung Qingshan stood up as if nothing had happened. In the Blind Bear Mountain range, the people of Emperor Yu's Hall, who had been laughing confidently, felt as if someone was strangling them. Their eyes widened, and they couldn't say a word. Tung Qingshan and Huang Tianqin were both sent flying? However, Huang Tianqin vomited blood. Tung Qingshan stood up as if nothing had happened. Impossible! An angry roar rang out. Huang Tianqin stood up from the ruins of the palace and glared at Tung Qingshan. What happened just now? Tung Qingshan, tell me, what happened? You are just an emptiness realm culmination expert. It is impossible for you to defeat me. Absolutely impossible. Huang Tianqin couldn't believe that such a thing had happened. The truth is right in front of you, and you still don't believe it? Why? Do you want to do it again? Tung Qingshan sneered as he stared at Huang Tianqin. No, it shouldn't have happened. Huang Tianqin shook his head continuously. He had just attained the insightful emptiness realm, and he hadn't strengthened his body yet. Therefore, he could only unleash 130% of the power of the heavens and the earth. The 5-elemental toxic dragon drill also unleashed 130% of the power of the heavens and the earth. As for the recoil, it was obvious that Tung Qingshan could withstand it easily. Huang Tianqin was injured by the recoil. Tung Qingshan glanced at Lu Xia and Yu Feng, who were also in disbelief. He then looked at the sacred palace and said, "This time, I came to Emperor Yu's hall to find out how to take the last step and enter the insightful emptiness realm. This is a great gain. However, I have to find out who this honorable one is." "Little Blue," Tung Qingshan shouted. Whoosh! The undying phoenix, Little Blue, swooped down from the sky and landed beside Tung Qingshan. A smile appeared on Tung Qingshan's face. Even if this honorable one was really powerful, he could just use the undying phoenix, Little Blue, to escape. Just now, Huang Tianqin called you Honorable One. I wonder if you will show yourself, Honorable One. Tung Qingshan looked at the sacred palace and laughed. Otherwise, I will destroy this sacred palace. I think the three of them can't stop me now. Tung Qingshan glanced at Huang Tianqin and the other two. Huang Tianqin was so angry that his body was trembling. As long as he was given some time, he would be able to defeat Tung Qingshan just by strengthening his body, even if he didn't improve his realm. "Young man, it seems like you really want to see me." A deep voice reverberated throughout the forest. "Then enter the sacred hall." Tung Qingshan held the reincarnation spear and flew into the sacred palace with the undying phoenix. "Brothers, where are the monthly tickets? Recommendation votes." Tomato liked it very much too. When would Tung Qingshan enter the insightful emptiness realm? The more recommendation votes and monthly votes he had, the faster Tung Qingshan would step into the insightful emptiness realm. There were monthly votes to smash monthly votes, and there were recommendation votes to smash recommendation votes. Tomato needs the support of every brother. It was the 4th watch today. A little less. Continue to work hard tomorrow. Don't forget to vote. Chapter 564. Currently, the palaces in the Blind Bear Mountain Range were in a complete mess. During the battle between Tung Qingshan and Huang Tianqin, many palaces had been damaged. Huang Tianqin, Yu Feng, and Lu Xia looked around. All protectors, lead the disciples to look at the palaces and see if there is any damage. Yu Feng stood on the stairs of the sacred palace and ordered. Immediately, over 10 middle-aged men and elders bowed in response, following which he led the panicking elite disciples to disperse one by one. "Let's go in." Huang Tianqin sighed. "I really don't know where this freak came from." Lu Xia shook his head and said hatefully. Yu Feng didn't utter a word and followed Huang Tianqin and Lu Xia into the sacred palace. Inside the sacred palace, Tung Qingshan and Little Blue were in the center of the sacred palace. They looked around, but they didn't see the Honorable One. "Honorable One, why don't you show yourself?" Tung Qingshan said loudly. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, the 3 supreme elders of Emperor Yu's hall stepped onto the stairs and entered the sacred palace. At the same time, Yu Feng personally closed the doors of the sacred palace. Ka, ka, the tall bronze doors closed with a rumble. The entire sacred palace was instantly plunged into darkness. Tung Qingshan wants to see the Honorable One. There is no need to rush, Lu Xia said indifferently. He walked to the side of the sacred palace and lit up the two lamps on the left and right. For a moment, in the gloomy hall, only the light from these two lamps shone, flickering between bright and dark. So mysterious? Tung Qingshan grinned and scanned the surroundings. Huang Tianqin, Yu Feng, and Lu Xia stood at the side obediently. The undying phoenix, Little Blue, who was beside Tung Qingshan, also flapped its wings impatiently. The flames that had already been restrained soared out again. For a moment, the light was even brighter than the two lamps. Where is the Honorable One? Tung Qingshan was puzzled. Tung Qingshan could clearly sense an extremely heavy, dark presence suddenly approach him from the back of the mountain. The presence had basically entered through the window on the 7th floor in an instant before falling straight down and landing in the hall. Tung Qingshan had long sensed this dark and vigorous aura. Something's not right. This aura and the wind-splitting dragon falcon's aura. They were all extremely powerful. It should be the aura of an emptiness realm demonic beast. Tung Qingshan focused and thought to himself, how can it be a supremacy? In the dim hall, a tall, blurry figure was standing there. His entire body was covered in dark golden armor, and he was especially eye-catching in the dark hall. It was just that he was astonishingly tall, at least 20 feet, 5 meters tall. He wore a sinister dark gold helmet and a mask that completely covered his face, not even revealing his eyes. Greetings, Venerable One. Huang Tianqin, Yu Feng, and Lu Xia said respectfully. What a big fist! Tung Qingshan's gaze fell upon the hands of the tall giant. The giant was 20 zhang tall, but the ratio of his fists was even more shocking. They were like two huge rocks. The giant's fists were covered with a huge, dark golden glove, and there was a row of ferocious spikes on the glove. Tung Qingshan believed that if he punched this fist, a hole would be smashed through a small mountain. Young man, didn't you want to see me? Why aren't you talking? You are the supremacy? Tung Qingshan stared at the strange person who was completely covered in armor. Not even his face could be seen. At first glance, he looked like a monster mecha from a sci-fi movie in his previous life. What puzzled Tung Qingshan the most was that although Huang Tianqin was at the insightful emptiness realm, the aura of the supremacy before him was obviously at the emptiness realm. When Huang Tianqin saw the supremacy, he greeted respectfully, Greetings, Venerable One. This was indeed strange. If I am not the supremacy, who is? The deep voice sounded again. Can the supremacy remove the helmet and mask? Tung Qingshan asked. Yes. The supremacy's voice sounded. He used his huge right hand, which was covered with a huge glove, to grab the helmet. He easily removed the helmet and revealed his face. The supremacy stared at Tung Qingshan and revealed his white teeth. Impossible. How could you be? Tung Qingshan was completely stunned. The supremacy in front of him, after removing his helmet, revealed a huge bear head. Yes, it was a bear. This huge bear head had a pair of small eyes that glowed with a golden light. No wonder his hands are so big and his arms and legs are so thick. Previously, Tung Qingshan felt that the proportions of the supremacy's body didn't seem right. It didn't seem like the proportions of a human body. Now that he saw the huge bear head, he completely understood. This was a bear-type demonic beast that had reached the emptiness realm culmination. Are you surprised? The deep voice sounded again, but the supremacy didn't even open his mouth. How can you speak? Tung Qingshan shook his head and said, Demonic beasts can't speak. Why not? Huang Tianqin, who was at the side, sneered, Tung Qingshan, you are ignorant. Let me ask you, how can an emptiness realm expert transmit sound and hear voices from 20 to 30 li away? Tung Qingshan was struck by a thought. Transmitting sound was to simulate the vibrations caused by one's words into the ears of the other party. Then, the person would naturally say the same thing. This was also the principle of listening to the voice from 20 to 30 li away. By simulating the vibrations caused by someone speaking from 20 to 30 li away, the person would naturally hear the voice. An emptiness realm expert can easily control the vibrations of various sounds. Huang Tianqin smiled calmly and said, by relying on the subtle control of sound. Therefore, any human emptiness realm expert who wants to learn the language of beasts, with a little more time and effort, they will be able to learn the language of beasts. Tung Qingshan nodded. He understood this principle. Emptiness realm demonic beasts only need someone to teach them the human words and tell them the language of beasts. This way, they will be able to understand the human words. Huang Tianqin said, although there are very few human experts who are willing to spend more time teaching demonic beasts, it is completely possible. However, this is completely possible. Tung Qingshan froze. Yes, the intelligence of an emptiness realm demonic beast is no less than that of a human. For example, Li Jun could teach a demonic beast and let it understand the human words. Huang Tianqin, understanding is one thing. However, demonic beasts are unable to make human sounds. Tung Qingshan said, this was the limitation of the vocal cords. A human's vocal cords could make many kinds of sounds, but the vocal cords of demonic beasts were extremely limited. They were unable to make complex sounds like humans. I can't say it, but emptiness realm demonic beasts can control the vibrations of sound and produce sounds. Huang Tianqin said. This, Tung Qingshan's heart was in turmoil. He looked at the tall and big honorable bear in disbelief. Sound could be produced by controlling the vibrations of the air. Of course, Tung Qingshan understood. However, the human emptiness realm expert could control the vibrations of the air to transmit sound. That was just copying. It was just copying the vibrations caused by one's speech. Hearing sounds from 20 to 30 li away was also the process of copying the vibrations. The vibrations of the sound in the air were very complicated. Copying was easy. However, one had to remember the vibrations of the sound of each word and form a sentence. Controlling the vibrations of the sound to produce sentences like the honorable bear without speaking was too difficult. Young man, I know what you are surprised about. The tall and big honorable bear lowered his head slightly and looked down at Tung Qingshan with a smile. Indeed, just by controlling the vibrations of the air and speaking sentences, compared to learning the language of beasts, learning human words, it is hundreds or thousands of times more difficult. In the past, you the great and I spent 10 years to learn the human language. However, it took me more than 1,000 years to learn how to speak. Only then was I able to do it. Over 1,000 years? Tung Qingshan took a deep breath and looked at the honorable bear with admiration. With someone teaching, an emptiness realm demonic beast could learn the human language in 10 years. However, the honorable bear spent over 1,000 years to produce all the words through vibrations of sound. This showed how difficult it was. In the dark great hall, Tung Qingshan and the huge honorable bear faced each other. It should be the child of that phoenix. The honorable bear glanced at the undying phoenix, Little Blue, and said, I still remember when I fought with that phoenix. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed. Honorable bear, you and Emperor Yu. Tung Qingshan widened his eyes and exclaimed. He suddenly remembered the records of Emperor Yu that he had read in the books. In the historical records, during Emperor Yu's flood control, the most famous thing was that an emptiness realm black bear helped Emperor Yu cut open the mountains. There is even a legend among the people that said Emperor Yu transformed into a black bear and cut open the mountains. Could it be that this honorable bear is the emptiness realm bear? Tung Qingshan was secretly shocked. At the side, Huang Tianqin said confidently, yes. Back then, when a martial ancestor of Emperor Yu's hall controlled the rivers of the world, there were all kinds of mountains in the world. At that time, the martial ancestor used the splitting mountain axe to cut open the mountains. It was the honorable bear who broke open the mountains for the martial ancestor. In the entire world, among the emptiness realm demonic beasts, no one is stronger than the honorable bear. Tung Shan's heart skipped a beat. No. The Honorable Bear smiled and shook his head. That fire phoenix was slightly weaker than me. However, she hadn't reached her limit at that time. With her talent, her limits are limitless. Plus, if she ran, I wouldn't be able to catch up. Tung Shan could tell that Little Blue's mother had been defeated by the Honorable Bear. It was no wonder that Little Blue's mother was afraid of the land of the 9 prefectures. However, the strength of Little Blue's mother in the past and the current Little Blue's mother were different. For example, the demonic dragon in the Great Yin Mountain. The reason why I was able to suppress it was because you the Great forged this armor for me. The Honorable Bear clenched his fist slightly. Tung Shan even felt as if the air was about to shatter. Immediately, the Honorable Bear looked at Tung Shan with a smile and said, "I know your name. Tung Shan. You are the young man who opened the Heavenly Flood Palace, right?" "Yes." Tung Shan nodded slightly. "I believe that the Honorable Bear also knows why I am here." Tung Shan didn't beat around the bush. The Honorable Bear swept a glance at Huang Tianqin and the other two and asked, "Tell me what happened." Chapter 1. Chapter 565. Huang Tianqin cupped his hands and said, "Honorable One, Tung Shan said that Emperor Yu's Hall sent men to rob and kill the men of the Xingyi sect. This was complete nonsense. He even said that Emperor Yu's Hall stole the cultivation technique of the Xingyi sect. Humph. Emperor Yu's Hall spent a lot of money to buy that cultivation technique." Tung Shan was so angry that his face turned ugly. He shouted coldly, "Huang Tianqin, are you shameless?" "You!" Huang Tianqin was enraged by Tung Shan's words. Among the men who robbed the Xingyi sect weren't Gui Jieshio and Gan Zitao from Emperor Yu's Hall? Also, the cultivation technique of the 9th Emperor Cannon Fist is unique to the Xingyi sect. I, Tung Shan, created it myself. My cultivation technique is now in your hands. You said you spent a lot of money to buy it? Oof. I created my own cultivation technique. How can you let the men of Emperor Yu's Hall cultivate it?" Tung Shan shouted angrily. Huang Tianqin, Yu Feng, and Lu Xiao were all angry. What was this place? The Sacred Palace. Even the Honorable Bear was here. In the eyes of Huang Tianqin and the other two, with the Honorable Bear here, Emperor Yu's Hall was obviously superior. Tung Shan should know the rules. Tung Shan, you don't know when to stop. Lu Xia scolded. Honorable Bear. Tung Shan turned to look at the huge Honorable Bear and said, "Honorable Bear, I think you already understand the situation. Tell me, how do you plan to solve this?" Indeed, the Honorable Bear was very powerful. Tung Shan could feel it. Just the vigorous aura that was comparable to the demonic dragon violet rain showed how powerful the Honorable Bear was. During the era of Emperor Yu, the Honorable Bear could easily split mountains. This showed how powerful he was. However, so what if he was powerful? The Honorable Bear was not a bird-type demonic beast. In terms of flying, he could not surpass the undying phoenix, Little Blue. Tung Shan was betting that the Honorable Bear, who had protected Emperor Yu's Hall for 6,000 years, wouldn't be unreasonable. Furthermore, the moment the Venerable Bear and Tung Shan fell out, it was very likely that he would suffer the crazed vengeance of Tung Shan. This was something that the Venerable Bear naturally had to consider. "I understand." A deep voice rang out. Venerable Bear still had a very calm and indifferent look on his face. He looked at Huang Tianqin and the other two. "I don't care how you obtained this secret manual. As long as this Tung Shan didn't give it to you willingly, you won't regret it. Then you have to let your disciples cultivate the 9th Emperor Cannon Fist." That was wrong. Think about how to compensate Tung Shan. Venerable One, Huang Tianqin, and the others were taken aback. In their eyes, the Honorable One was on the side of Emperor Yu's Hall. Logically speaking, the Honorable One should protect them. You didn't hear me? The Venerable Bear's little bear eyes flashed with a cold light. Yes, the three didn't dare to disobey. In Emperor Yu's hall, all the emptiness realm experts knew that the disciples of Emperor Yu's hall had to obey the orders of the Honorable One. However, because Emperor Yu's hall rarely encountered great dangers, the number of times the Honorable Bear acted could be counted on one hand. Huang Tianqin and the other two didn't really understand the Honorable Bear's way of doing things. Tung Qing Shan, since the Honorable One wants us to compensate, tell us, how should we compensate you to your satisfaction? Huang Tianqin stared at Tung Qing Shan and said coldly, how should we compensate? What do you think? Tell me. Tung Qing Shan held the reincarnation spear and smiled. In this negotiation, his capital was, with the speed of the undying phoenix, he could completely bypass the Honorable Bear and cause immeasurable damage to Emperor Yu's hall. Therefore, he could straighten his back and negotiate. Moreover, this was the first time the secret manual was leaked. He definitely couldn't be careless and cowardly. Otherwise, the Xingyi sect would definitely continue to decline in the future. Emperor Yu's hall will return the 9th Emperor Cannon Fist secret manual we bought to the Xingyi sect. We will also order that no one in Emperor Yu's hall is allowed to cultivate the 9th Emperor Cannon Fist. At the same time, Emperor Yu's hall will offer 1,000,000 taels of gold, Huang Tianqin said in one breath. He then stared at Tung Qing Shan and said, Tung Qing Shan, what do you think? Return the secret manual, forbid anyone from cultivating it, and offer 1,000,000 taels of gold? Tung Qing Shan sneered and said, Huang Tianqin, do you think I'm a fool? Huang Tianqin's facial expression changed. Yu Feng, who was at the side, shouted, Tung Qing Shan, Emperor Yu's hall has already offered compensation. What? Are you not satisfied? Return the secret manual? Tung Qing Shan sneered and said, many people in Emperor Yu's hall have started cultivating this secret manual. How could your sect not have recorded a few copies of the 9th Emperor Cannon Fist secret manual? Even if you didn't record it, those cultivators could easily reproduce the secret manuals. So, with so many cultivators, as long as they don't all die, there's no way to return the secret manual. You want all those cultivators to die? Yu Feng was slightly shocked. I'm not that cruel. Tung Qing Shan glanced at the three and said, those internal martial art cultivators are innocent. Moreover, even if they die, doesn't Emperor Yu's hall have a copy of the 9th Emperor Cannon Fist? No one can prove it. So, return the secret manual. I don't believe it at all. As for forbidding the disciples from cultivating it, haha, Emperor Yu's hall has unified the entire Yuzhou. Some disciples are hiding in some secret places to cultivate. How would I know? So this is also nonsense. Tung Qing Shan sneered and said, as for the 1,000,000 taels of gold, you three are not fools. You should know that money is nothing to a sect. Sects were the most powerful forces that stood high above the masses. Why would they care about money? So, return the secret manual and forbid the disciples from cultivating it, and offer 1,000,000 taels of gold. What a joke. Tung Qing Shan glanced at the three and said, do you think I, Tung Qing Shan, am a fool? Huang Tianqin's expression turned ugly. His suggestions were indeed meant to fool Tung Qing Shan. As long as Tung Qing Shan didn't pay attention, he would be fooled. Once the agreement was made, there was no way to go back on it. Young man, tell them what you want them to do. The descendants of Emperor Yu's hall are getting worse with each generation. The Honorable Bear sighed. When Huang Tianqin and the other two heard the comment of getting worse with each generation, they felt even more ashamed and angry. Tung Qing Shan, tell us. Huang Tianqin gritted his teeth and stared at Tung Qing Shan. I think Emperor Yu's hall knows the importance of the 9th Emperor Cannon Fist. Tung Qing Shan said solemnly, as compensation, I want Emperor Yu's hall to offer me 3 heaven-class secret codices. 2. Forbid the disciples from cultivating the 9th Emperor Cannon Fist. If the Xingyi sect finds out, you have to compensate with 100,000 taels of gold. You are asking for too much. Huang Tianqin couldn't help but shout. 3 heaven-class secret codices. Yu Feng and Lu Xia were so angry that their eyes turned red. Tung Qingshan's two conditions were very cruel. The second condition was forbidding the disciples from cultivating the cannon fist. However, sometimes the disciples would still practice it secretly. If they were found out, they would have to compensate with 100,000 taels of gold. 10 times would be 1,000,000 taels of gold. It was too scary. Of course, this condition was just a joke. Tung Qingshan took advantage of Tung Qingshan. After all, even if they were caught practicing the cannon fist on the spot, Emperor Yu's Hall could still shake their heads and deny it. Of these two conditions, the first one was the most powerful. 3 heaven-class secret codices. To a sect, heaven-class secret codices were extremely important. Take the Mani Temple, for example. In the Mani Temple, there were more people cultivating the heaven-level secret codex, Maha, than the Golden Buddha. Heaven-class secret codices were more comprehensive and less difficult. Moreover, they could allow the cultivators to reach the emptiness realm. 3 is too much. The Honorable Bear frowned and said in a deep voice, Honorable Bear. Huang Tianqin and the other two couldn't help but look at the Honorable Bear. The Honorable Bear obviously agreed to give them heaven-class secret codices. For the Honorable Bear's sake, how about this? 2 heaven-class secret codices. Tung Qingshan said solemnly, I think you know the importance of the 9th Emperor Cannon Fist to the cultivators of the internal martial art. It's not much to take 2 heaven-class secret codices from you. Moreover, the Emperor Yu's Hall should have many heaven-class secret codices after so many years. Huang Tianqin and the other two exchanged glances and then looked at the Honorable Bear. The Honorable Bear nodded slightly. All right, Huang Tianqin gritted his teeth and said, 2 heaven-class secret codices. Tung Qingshan smiled and nodded. In the Xing Yi sect, there were many cultivators of the internal martial art. However, only a few of them reached the Grandmaster realm. Therefore, many cultivators of the internal martial art couldn't reach the Grandmaster realm. They would switch to cultivating Taoist secret codices. The only secret codices in the Xingyi sect were the ones that Tung Qingshan had brought from the Duanmu continent. There were the many secret codices in the treasure house of the Tianfeng clan. There were many secret codices. However, there was only one secret codice that could allow one to cultivate to the emptiness realm. Moreover, it wasn't perfect. After all, there were only a few people in the Tianfeng clan who had reached the martial immortal emptiness realm, let alone emptiness realm culmination. What the Xing Yi sect lacked the most was heaven-class secret codices. Besides the heaven-class secret codices, there's one more thing I want to ask the Emperor Yu's Hall, Tung Qingshan said. Tung Qingshan, don't be greedy. Huang Tianqin's face was cold. I want to know, where's the person who gave you the secret codices of the 9th Emperor Cannon Fist of the Emperor Yu's Hall? Tung Qingshan said solemnly. We don't know much about this matter. However, the protector who bought the secret codices should know. Huang Tianqin's expression relaxed as he said calmly, Let's go. Since you want the heaven-class secret codices and you want to find someone, then come with me to Royal City. With this, Huang Tianqin cupped his hands at the Honorable Bear. Then, he opened the door of the Sacred Hall and flew out of the Sacred Hall. Honorable One, farewell. Tung Qingshan bowed and said, I won't see you out. The Honorable Bear's voice rang. Tung Qingshan was very kind to the Honorable Bear. From the beginning to the end, the Honorable Bear didn't use force to suppress Tung Qingshan. Instead, he impartially asked Emperor Yu's Hall to compensate Tung Qingshan. This made Tung Qingshan have a good impression of the Honorable Bear. In addition, the Honorable Bear spent 1,000 years to learn how to speak through vibrations in the air. This made Tung Qingshan admire the Honorable Bear very much. Tung Qingshan and the Undying Phoenix, Little Blue, left the Great Hall. Yu Feng and Lu Xia followed closely behind. In the spacious Great Hall, only the blurry figure of the Honorable Bear was left. The successor of Emperor Yu's Hall is indeed too arrogant. However, what does this have to do with me? Back then, You the Great told me to protect the inheritance of Emperor Yu's hall. This Teng Qingshan reached the emptiness realm at the age of 21. He created the branch of internal martial art and even defeated Huang Tianqin, who had just reached the insightful emptiness realm. This talent is unbelievable. According to what you the Great said, since we can't destroy him, we can't offend this kind of person. Otherwise, when he becomes an omnipotent expert, it will be a disaster for Emperor Yu's hall. Give him 2 heaven-class secret codices and befriend him. Back then, he entered the heavenly flood palace and received benefits from Yu the Great. Even if he becomes an omnipotent expert, he will give Emperor Yu face. Leave Emperor Yu's hall. The figure of the Honorable Bear disappeared from the Great Hall. This is the 2nd chapter. Continue writing the 3rd chapter. Do you have tickets? Monthly tickets, recommendation tickets. Chapter 566. In the center of Imperial Yu City, inside Emperor Yu's hall, I will take my leave now. Teng Qingshan's expression darkened. He glanced at Huang Tianqin and the other 2 and said, "Don't forget our agreement. If the Xing sect finds out that someone from Emperor Yu's hall cultivates the 9th Emperor Cannon Fist, it will be bad." After saying this, Teng Qingshan and the undying phoenix, Little Blue, transformed into a beam of light and disappeared into the southeast horizon. Huang Tianqin, Yu Feng, and Lu Xia, the 3 supreme elders, looked at the horizon. What happened? Why did the Honorable One help Teng Qingshan this time? After Teng Qingshan left, Lu Xia couldn't help but frown. Yes, it is a little strange. Huang Tianqin was puzzled. I thought the Honorable One would help us. However, the Honorable One actually asked us to agree to Teng Qingshan's conditions. That's right. The legends about the Honorable One are all recorded in books. I have only conversed with the Honorable One occasionally. I don't know anything about the Honorable One's personality. After all, since the founding of Emperor Yu's hall, the Honorable Bear had only fought a few times. 2 elders, in my opinion. Yu Feng frowned and said, "The Honorable Bear was ordered by martial ancestor Emperor Yu to protect the inheritance of Emperor Yu's hall. He didn't want Emperor Yu's hall to become stronger. Therefore, at a time like this, the Honorable Bear would rather keep the peace. He didn't want to have a bad relationship with Teng Qingshan. Just like how he treated Heavenly Emperor Qinling, he treated him with respect. Therefore, Heavenly Emperor Qinling didn't kill Emperor Yu's hall." Yes, Huang Tianqin and Lu Xia were suddenly enlightened. Actually, the reason was very simple. They had always thought that the Honorable Bear was the trump card of Emperor Yu's hall. However, they forgot that the Honorable Bear was actually free. He wasn't a member of Emperor Yu's hall. He was only entrusted by Emperor Yu. Let's not talk about this. This time, Teng Qingshan came and said that Emperor Yu's hall sent people to rob and kill the disciples of the Xing sect. Huang Tianqin frowned and said, "However, Emperor Yu's hall didn't do anything about this when I asked about it just now. And I also believe that this Teng Qingshan would not fabricate such a thing." Yes, something is wrong. Lu Xia nodded. "If it's not our people, then who did it?" Yu Feng said with a frown. "I feel like there's some kind of conspiracy going on." Huang Tianqin's expression turned solemn as he ordered, "Yu Feng, pass down my order. Investigate clearly. Guijishio and Ganzi Tao. Why would he go and kill the disciples of the Xing sect?" "Yes." Yu Feng nodded. "How dare you plot against my Emperor Yu's hall?" Huang Tianqin's eyes glinted with coldness as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Lu Xia, Yu Feng, Emperor Yu's hall will be managed by the 2 of you for now. I have just stepped into the insightful emptiness realm. He needed to go into seclusion and refine his body. You should also familiarize yourself with the world energy. Huang Tianqin said with a smile. This time, Teng Qingshan's visit helped me reach the insightful emptiness realm. It is a pleasant surprise. Hearing this, Lu Xia and Yu Feng smiled. Insightful emptiness realm. With one more insightful emptiness realm cultivator, the sect would be more confident. Martial uncle, After your body becomes stronger, you should stabilize your realm. It will be easy for you to defeat Tung Qing Shan, Lu Xia said with a smile. When that time comes, I won't let Ting Qing Shan be arrogant. Huang Tianqin sneered. After giving his orders, Huang Tianqin went into seclusion. He wanted to stabilize his realm and improve his strength. In the Xingyi sect at the Great Yin Mountain in Jiangning County of Yangzhou, ever since Tung Qing Shan and the Undying Phoenix left for Emperor Yu's Hall in the morning, the higher-ups of the Xingyi sect had been waiting anxiously in the East Flower Garden. After all, their sovereign, Tung Qing Shan, was going to make an example out of Emperor Yu's Hall. This was a big matter, and it was dangerous. Don't jinx it. The sovereign has the Undying Phoenix. He will be fine. I'm just saying. The discussion of the elders made Li Jun frown. She glanced in the direction of the elders. The substitute sovereign, Yang Dong, shouted, "Go to the side and sit down. Don't be so noisy." Immediately, Yang Dong turned his head and smiled at Li Jun, Hong Gu, and Hong Lin. "Martial Mother, in my opinion, teacher should be back by now. Let's have a cup of tea. Maybe you will be back by the time we finish the tea." "Yes." Li Jun nodded. Father, come back quickly." Hong Lin bit her lips and stared in the northwest direction. Tung Qing Shan was the pillar of the Xing-Yi sect. He was the pillar of the Xing-Yi sect and the entire Xing-Yi sect. How could they not be worried about him? "Sister." Hong Wu was about to comfort his sister. "Father is back." Hong Lin immediately shouted and pointed in the northwest direction. Whoosh! In unison, almost everyone raised their heads to look in the direction of the northwest. They saw a fiery red flowing light streak across the sky at an astonishing speed. Then it drew an arc and landed directly in the courtyard of the East Flower Garden. It transformed into a white-cloaked young man and a huge divine bird that was engulfed in flames. "Father!" Hong Lin was the first to jump into Tung Qing Shan's arms. "Everyone is here." Tung Qing Shan smiled and looked around. "Teacher." Tung Shou, Shui Xian, and Yang Dong bowed respectfully. "Sovereign." Zhong Lu and the other elders hastily bowed as well. Tung Qing Shan smiled and looked at Li Jun. At this moment, Li Jun smiled and walked over. She asked softly, "Are you all right?" "Do I look like I'm all right?" Tung Qing Shan smiled. "Elders and law-enforcing elders, there are many things to deal with in the sect. We need you. Go and rest first." Tung Qing Shan smiled and said, "Qinghu A Shou, Shui Xen, I Dong stay." The status in the Xingyi sect was based on the status of the Gui Yuan sect. When one reached the Grandmaster realm or the innate realm, he would be given the status of a law-enforcing elder. Yes, the elders laughed and left. Only Tung Qinghu, Yang Dong, and the other two disciples stayed. "Teacher, what happened this time?" Yang Dong couldn't help but ask. "Yes." "Qing Shan, tell us quickly." Qinghu couldn't help but ask. Currently, Tung Qinghu was the general of the Blood Wolf army of the Xingyi sect. His status was extremely high. Tung Qing Shan smiled and said, "Do you still need to ask?" As he spoke, Tung Qing Shan took out 2 secret manuals that were wrapped in wooden boxes and placed them on the stone table beside him. "Take a look. What is this?" Tung Shou, Yang Dong, and the others, including Tung Qing Shan's son and daughter, hastily ran over and opened the wooden boxes. Heavenly Central Heart Codex? Rippling Mirror? When Li Jun and the others saw these 2 secret manuals, they were all astonished. The history of Emperor Yu's Hall was too long. The Heaven-class secret codex of Emperor Yu's Hall was naturally famous. "It's a Heaven-class secret codex?" Yang Dong hastily said in surprise. "That's great." With this Heaven-class secret codex, many disciples of the Xing-Yi sect who switched to cultivating the Taoist sect will be able to cultivate the top-notch secret codex when they reach the innate realm. They will be able to cultivate a top-notch secret codex. This is much better than the secret codex of the Tianfeng clan. How could Emperor Yu's Hall be willing to hand over such a secret codex? "Teacher, how did this come about?" The few of them were extremely excited. An important advantage of the internal martial art was that one could cultivate the Taoist sect while cultivating the internal martial art. It was just like when Tang Qingshan cultivated the vigor of the reckless bull. In the Xingyi sect, there were undoubtedly many people who cultivated two martial arts at the same time. There were definitely people who reached the innate realm by cultivating the Taoist sect. A heaven-class secret codex could allow any disciple of the Xingyi sect to obtain the best secret codex. Of course, it's from Emperor Yu's hall. Is there a need to ask? Tang Qingshan shook his head and smiled. All right, Adong. Go and make a copy of these two secret codices. After making a copy, he placed a copy in the Martial Depository Hall. As for the original copy, give it to me. Yes, teacher. Yang Dong bowed and accepted the order. After this incident, the other sects in the land of the 9 prefectures will definitely know what happened. I'm afraid that not many sects would dare to steal the secret codices of the Xingyi sect. Tang Qingshan frowned and said, however, Adong, the Xingyi sect must be stricter in teaching the 5-element fist. We can't teach the wrong people. Yes, teacher. Yang Dong also felt the pressure on his shoulders. Tang Qingshan frowned and said, actually, when I went to Emperor Yu's hall this time, I found something. Last time, the people who robbed and killed the men of the Xingyi sect. I'm afraid it has nothing to do with Emperor Yu's hall. What? Everyone present was taken aback. Father, it has nothing to do with Emperor Yu's hall. Then, someone must be behind this, Hongwu hastily said. Yes, I also feel that it's a conspiracy. Tang Qingshan nodded. At this time, among the 3 people who were found, 2 of them were from Emperor Yu's hall, and the other one was from Qinghu Island. Could it be Qinghu Island? This thought flashed across Tang Qingshan's mind. He frowned and thought to himself, no, it's been 17 years, and Qinghu Island hasn't done anything. Could it be that Qinghu Island, which has been shattered and injured, still dares to provoke me? You still dare to recklessly provoke me? Once the sect was destroyed, these survivors should properly rest and recuperate. After returning, Tang Qingshan gave many orders and started his closed-door cultivation. He wanted to reach the insightful emptiness realm. In the land of the 9 prefectures, many sects, including the Heavenly God Palace, received the news that Tang Qingshan had killed his way to Emperor Yu's hall. With their intelligence network, they quickly found out a lot of information. All the sects were shocked by Tang Qingshan's madness. At the same time, Tang Qingshan didn't turn the world upside down. All the sects also guessed that Emperor Yu's hall had a powerful trump card that outsiders didn't know about. Within the borders of Yinzhou, in an ordinary small city, in a quiet mansion. Lord, this is a secret letter from Yuzhou. A man dressed in green took out a letter respectfully. A mysterious man with long hair, a loose sackcloth robe, and a golden mask took the letter. He waved his hand and said, "You may leave." Yes. The servant quickly retreated. The mysterious man wearing the golden mask walked to the stone table and sat down. Then he opened the letter and read it. The assassination failed last time, but this time Tang Qingshan actually returned to the Xingyi sect unharmed. Why is Emperor Yu's hall so useless? A sect that has existed for 6,000 years doesn't even have a single powerful expert? Let Tang Qingshan return unharmed? The mysterious man slammed the letter on the stone table angrily. The stone table trembled slightly. Hua! The entire stone table, including the secret letter, turned into gravel and powder. The powder flowed slowly on the ground of the courtyard. Under the sunlight, the reflection of the golden mask sent chills down people's hearts. This is the 3rd chapter. Continue writing the 4th chapter. Chapter 567. Ever since Tang Qingshan returned to the Xingyi sect with the 2 heaven-class secret codices, he had been cultivating in seclusion. Each seclusion usually took about a month. Even if he came out for 3 to 5 days to deal with some matters in the Xingyi sect and accompany his wife and child, he would go into closed-door cultivation again. Even his wife, Li Jun, was shocked by this frequency. After all, If he didn't gain anything from his closed-door cultivation, continuing to do so wouldn't bring him any benefits. Instead, it would affect his mental state. In the East Flower Garden of the Xing Yi sect, Li Jun was standing beside the pond, sprinkling some bait for the fishes in the pond. A school of fish were fighting to be the first to eat, and from time to time, fish would jump out of the water. "Madam, the sovereign hasn't come out of seclusion yet." Beside Li Jun was her personal maid, Qiu Ju. "Yes, I think it will take another half a month." Li Jun shook her head. Qiu Ju was also chatting with Li Jun, rumble, not far away. The two doors of the training room slowly opened. This caused Li Jun to turn her head and see a person walking out of the training room. "Qingshan." Li Jun ran over in surprise. "Little Jun." Qingshan's face was full of smiles. "It's much faster than before." "Qingshan, you're all smiles again. You must have gained a lot, right? Have you broken through to the insightful emptiness realm?" Li Jun didn't have a domain, so she couldn't sense the change in Qingshan's aura. "Is it that easy to break through?" Qingshan smiled. At the same time, he gently swiped his left hand. It was as though he was scattering thousands of drops of nectar. The surrounding space was filled with the aura of life. "This time, I comprehended the Tao of life. Now, I have fully comprehended the Tao of life and death." Being able to comprehend the Taos of life and death means that my understanding of the five elements has reached a higher level. The fusion of the metal element, fire element, and part of the water element would form the Tao of death, which was also the Tao of destruction. The fusion of the wood element, earth element, and a portion of the water element would form the Tao of life. It had been a year since he fought with Huang Tianqin of Emperor Yu's Hall. During this 1 year, Qingshan felt that he had improved every time he went into closed-door cultivation. Until today, he finally comprehended the Tao of life. Comprehending the Tao of life and death did not increase his strength. As for the five elements, I'm very close to reaching the state of circle. Actually, I can feel that I have left the insightful emptiness realm. Just a little bit more. I even wanted to continue my seclusion after comprehending the Tao of life and death. He stepped into the insightful emptiness realm in one go. However, he had just comprehended the Tao of life and death, so his mental state was not right. "I can't sink." Qingshan shook his head. "It's better to rest for a few days before meditating. Work hard and break through to the insightful emptiness realm in one go. Haste makes waste." This kind of increase in realm was not something that could be achieved just because one wanted to. "Where are Hongwu and Linlin?" Qingshan frowned. "They're not here again?" "They're in Yong'an County," Li Jun replied. "Yes." Ever since he sensed that there was a conspiracy behind the killing of the internal martial arts disciples, Qingshan's heart trembled. Qingshan cautiously ordered his children to stay in the Great Yin Mountain, or go to Yong'an County. Except for these two places, they were not allowed to go to any other place until the crisis was over. The Great Yin Mountain was Qingshan's base camp. As for Yong'an County, it was the core of the Gui Yuan sect. The dreamy cloud martial immortal Mu Tao was also there. Qingshan was naturally at ease. On the afternoon that Qingshan came out of seclusion, teacher, his second disciple, Yang Dong, hurried over. Qingshan was sitting by the pond, drinking tea and watching the fish in the pond. "Dong, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Qingshan frowned. Every time he came out of seclusion, Yang Dong would choose a time to report to Qingshan what had happened in the past month. He was rarely in such a hurry. "Teacher," Yang Dong hastily said, "I heard that teacher came out of seclusion, so I immediately came over. There is indeed an important matter." "Speak." Qingshan frowned slightly. 2 days ago, the Xing Yi sect searched for Gongyu in the land of the 9 prefectures for a whole year. Finally, someone discovered that Gongyu had concealed his identity and was hiding in a small city in Yuzhou, northeast of the land of the 9 prefectures, Yang Dong said. "Gongyu." Qingshan's eyes brightened. This traitor was indeed a thorn in Qingshan's heart. If they couldn't catch the first traitor, it would affect the prestige of the sect. Did you catch him? Tung Qingshan hastily asked. I have already ordered people to catch him, Yang Dong hastily said. Teacher, don't worry. A large number of people of the Xing-Yi sect are rushing over to that small city. Moreover, the matter of catching Gongyu. In Yuzhou, we have also received help from the Heavenly God Palace. I believe that Gongyu will not be able to escape. Since the Xing-Yi sect was offering a reward in the land of the 9 prefectures, they naturally had to arrange everything with the other sections. All right, we must catch Gongyu, Tung Qingshan hastily said solemnly. I understand. Yang Dong was so angry that he was gnashing his teeth. A traitor actually managed to hide for a year without being caught. If Gongyu managed to escape this time, he would lose even more face as the substitute sovereign. 3 days later. In the East Flower Garden, Tung Qingshan's family of 4 gathered together. The 2 of you are willing to come back? Tung Qingshan smiled as he looked at his son and daughter. Father, we didn't go there to play. We were busy with official business, Hong Lin hastily said. You are the most cunning one. Tung Qingshan smiled. Then, his gaze fell on his son, Hongwu. Hongwu, how did you get along with a young lady from the Lei clan in Yuan County? Since both of you are so considerate, I will send someone to propose marriage. I will also discuss with the Lei clan when you will get married. Father, little Ru's mourning period is not over yet, Hongwu hastily said. Oh, look at me. I forgot. Tung Qingshan smiled and nodded. His son and daughter were both grown up now. Naturally, Tung Qingshan was very concerned about his children's marriage. After all, marriage was an important matter, and it couldn't be sloppy. Now that his son, Hongwu, liked a girl, Tung Qingshan had already secretly ordered people to investigate her background and matters clearly. Although the Lei clan wasn't a big clan, they only had a small amount of assets. He only had a small amount of assets, but in Tung Qingshan's eyes, money was nothing. A clean family background, and the girl's character was good. That was enough. Hongwu doesn't make me worry, Tung Qingshan thought to himself. He always finds a girl. The current Tang clan was definitely one of the top clans in the land of the 9 prefectures. Many people wanted to join the Tang Jia village, let alone marry Tung Qingshan's son. Therefore, Tung Qingshan didn't dare to be careless. Lin is really... Tung Qingshan sighed to himself. The young man, Wei Jiang, whom Tung Qingshan had met in the past, was now an elite being nurtured by the Xingyi sect. It was a pity that Lin was only curious about Wei Jiang at that time. After entering the Xingyi sect, Wei Jiang was obsessed with the cultivation of the internal martial art and didn't take the initiative to interact with Lin. Naturally, they didn't develop any feelings for each other. They were just martial brothers and sisters. Is my daughter going to be like Pei San's daughter and remain unmarried for the rest of her life? Tung Qingshan thought to himself. However, I heard from little June that her teacher, Pei Shiulian, was deceived by a man. That's why she remained unmarried for the rest of her life. I don't want Lin to be like that. While Tung Qingshan was thinking, Li Jun chatted with her children. Mother, I have something to tell you, Hongwu suddenly said. What is it? Li Jun asked in surprise. Actually, my sister also has a sweetheart now. Hongwu chuckled. Ah, Tung Qingshan and Li Jun were shocked. They looked at their daughter, Hong Lin, in surprise. Hong Lin's face was red, but she pretended that nothing had happened. She glanced at her younger brother, Hongwu, and gave him a warning look. Then she laughed and said, Father, Mother, there are many people in this world that I like. Don't worry. If you want to marry me, you must at least defeat me. Otherwise, I will look down on you. Now, we just chatted for a while. We haven't even gotten married yet, Hong Lin said confidently. Tung Qingshan and Li Jun looked at each other and laughed. I will order someone to investigate the man who is close to Hong Lin, Tung Qingshan thought to himself. He didn't dare to be careless. Dong? Tung Qingshan could clearly sense Yang Dong's aura. He was rushing toward the East Flower Garden. Dong is here, Tung Qingshan said. Why is second apprentice brother here? Hongwu and Hong Lin asked in surprise. They looked toward the door. Soon, Yang Dong appeared outside. Teacher, Yang Dong shouted from afar. What happened? Did you catch Gongyu? Tung Qingshan asked. He was most concerned about this matter. That traitor Gongyu? Han Wu said in surprise. Did you find that bastard? Hong Lin stared. Yang Dong looked at Tung Qingshan with a bitter expression. Then, he handed over the secret letter in his hand and said, Teacher, the information is here. Seeing Yang Dong's expression, Tung Qingshan felt that something was wrong. He frowned and took the letter, reading it carefully. Second apprentice brother, tell us quickly. Hong Lin couldn't help but urge him. Yang Dong said to Hong Lin, Han Wu, and Li Jun, last night, our people found Gongyu's hiding place. We surrounded him on all 3 levels. Gongyu had nowhere to run. However, he didn't run. When we rushed in and wanted to capture him, he suddenly stopped. Gongyu poured kerosene on his body before we arrived. When we rushed in, he set himself on fire. He even shouted and said, Tung Qingshan, don't even think about getting my corpse intact. After Yang Dong said this, he couldn't help but look at Tung Qingshan. Han Wu and Hong Lin, who were at the side, thought about a person who set himself on fire and shouted this. They could imagine his ferocious and resentful expression. They couldn't help but shudder. This person is crazy. How old is Gongyu? How could he have a grudge against father? Han Wu and Hong Lin couldn't help but ask. Tung Qingshan looked at the line of words on the secret letter. Even if he set himself on fire, he wouldn't get an intact corpse. This way, Tung Qingshan couldn't prove that the corpse belonged to Gongyu. The person who has a grudge against me isn't this young man. It's his father or his teacher or a sect, Tung Qingshan said slowly. The 4th chapter was over. Let me say this in a low voice. It's the end of the month. You have to hurry and cast your votes. Cough. If you cast your votes for tomato, tomato will be the happiest. Yes, there are also recommendation votes. There are recommendation votes every day. Recommendation votes are also a form of support for the author. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.